After a fight, she yelled loud enough for the whole apartment complex to hear, "He's not even a real man, he just pays my rent." Neighbors peeked out from their doors while she kept going. I just sat there silent. 2 weeks later, she showed up begging for a place to stay. The argument itself was stupid, forgettable. It was about something I'd said, or the way I'd said it, I don't even remember. What I do remember is the volume. We were in our apartment, my apartment, and the windows were open on a warm Tuesday evening. My girlfriend, Clara, wasn't just yelling at me, she was performing for an audience. Her voice escalated until she was practically screaming, and then she threw open the front door to the hallway of our building. "You want to know what the problem is?" she yelled into the open space, ensuring every one of our neighbors could hear. "The problem is that he's not even a real man. He's just a wallet, that's all he is to me. He just pays my rent." Doors creaked open down the hall. I could see Mrs. Gable from 3B peeking out, her face a mask of concern. Mr. Anderson from across the hall was pretending to check his mail. Clara stood there, hands on her hips, tears of rage streaming down her face, soaking in the attention. She kept going, listing my supposed failures as a man, each sentence punctuated with the fact that my only value was the money I provided. I didn't move from the couch. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't defend myself. I just sat there watching her, my face a complete blank. My silence wasn't shock or weakness. It was the calm that comes when a chaotic situation simplifies itself with absolute clarity. In my line of work, you learn to tune out the noise and focus on the objective. And in that moment, as she publicly defined our relationship as a simple financial transaction, the objective became crystal clear. The contract was in breach. It was time to terminate the agreement and liquidate the assets. Let's get one thing straight. I am not a simp. I'm a logistics consultant. I spent 10 years in the military planning the movement of personnel and materials in and out of hostile environments. My entire life is about assessing risk, creating efficient systems, and executing plans with precision. I don't go with the flow. I create the flow. I met Clara 6 months ago. She was vibrant, exciting, and a complete departure from my structured life. I knew what she was about. Her life was a curated series of social events and expensive hobbies with no visible means of support. But I was curious. I saw her as a logistical puzzle. I wanted to see how her system worked. So we started dating. 3 months in, she was unexpectedly forced out of her apartment. The story was full of holes, but I let it slide. I made her a proposal, framed as a contract. I told her I was looking for a partner, not a dependent. I offered her a deal. She could move into my apartment for a probationary period of 3 months. I would cover all the major bills. Her role was to actively find a stable job and contribute to building a genuine partnership. At the end of the 3 months, we would reassess. If she had a job and we were building something real, we would sign a new lease together. If not, we would part ways. No hard feelings. It was a clear, defined, short-term investment to see if there was any real potential. It was not a blank check for life. Her outburst in the hallway was her 2-month performance review, and she had failed spectacularly. She hadn't just failed to meet the terms, she had publicly announced that she had no intention of ever meeting them. So, as she finally ran out of steam and slammed the door, breathing heavily as if she'd just run a marathon, I didn't engage. I just picked up my laptop from the coffee table, opened a word processor, and started typing. She stared at me, confused. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "Aren't you going to say anything?" I didn't look up from the screen. "I am documenting the termination of our agreement," I said, my voice perfectly level. I continued typing. After a few minutes, I hit print. The printer in my office whirred to life. I walked in, grabbed the single sheet of paper, and walked back to the living room. I handed it to her. It was a formal, legally sound 30-day notice to vacate the premises, citing our verbal agreement and the date. Her face went from anger to confusion to disbelief. "What is this? Is this a joke?" "Our arrangement was transactional," I said, echoing the words she had screamed in the hallway. "You have just publicly declared the terms. I am now formally closing the account. You have 30 days to move your things and vacate my property. I will expect you to be gone by noon on the final day." Then I walked into my bedroom and closed the door, leaving her standing alone with the consequences of her own words. Update 1. The 24 hours after the transaction, as I now call it, were a masterclass in emotional whiplash from Clara. She went through every stage of manipulation: tears, apologies, screaming, threats, and finally, sullen silence. I ignored it all. I slept in the spare room. The next morning, I left for work before she woke up. My plan was already in motion. My first call was to my landlord, Mr. Davies. I preempted whatever story Clara was inevitably going to spin. I explained that my girlfriend, who was a permitted guest but not on the lease, had caused a significant public disturbance the previous evening. I informed him that I had terminated the relationship and had already provided her with a formal, written 30-day notice to vacate. I assured him that I would handle her removal professionally and that the situation was under control. Mr. Davies, who values quiet and order above all else, was audibly relieved and thanked me for being proactive. Narrative control secured. Next, I dealt with the neighbors. I caught Mrs. Gable on her way out to walk her dog. I apologized sincerely for the noise. I calmly explained, "My girlfriend and I have ended our relationship. She will be moving out at the end of the month. I apologize again that you had to witness that." She gave me a sympathetic pat on the arm and said, "Young man, you don't have to explain." We all heard what she said. Good for you. Local support established. Back at the apartment, the atmosphere was icy. Clara was not speaking to me, but she was communicating loudly with her best friend, a toxic enabler named Jessica. I could hear her on the phone in her room, wailing about how I was a cold-hearted monster, how I'd thrown her out for no reason. This was expected. It was part of her operational playbook. Phase 2 of my plan was about creating an airtight firewall. I logged into every account we shared. Her access to my Amazon Prime, my grocery delivery service, my credit cards where she was an authorized user. All of it was revoked with a series of clicks. Our relationship had been defined as me paying her rent. I was now ensuring that was the only thing I was paying for, and only for the next 30 days, as legally required. The first test of the firewall came that Friday. I came home from work to find Clara and Jessica sitting on my couch surrounded by shopping bags. They gave me triumphant, smug looks. "We had a little retail therapy," Clara announced, holding up a bag from a designer store. "Don't worry, I put it on my card." She meant my card, of course. She just didn't know her access had been cut. I just nodded. "I hope you had fun," I said, and went to my room. A few hours later, I heard Clara shrieking. I walked out to see her staring at her phone, her face pale. Jessica was looking over her shoulder. "My card was declined trying to order dinner," she yelled at me. "All of them. What did you do?" "I have removed you as an authorized user from my accounts," I said calmly. "Our agreement was that I would pay your rent. It did not include a clothing allowance or a dinner budget. The transaction is limited to housing for the next 26 days. Jessica stepped forward. "You can't just cut her off like that. That's financial abuse." "Financial abuse," I repeated, looking her dead in the eye, "is a serious accusation. What would you call a relationship where one person publicly states the other person's only value is as a source of money? I'd call that exploitation. I am simply ending the exploitation. If you are concerned for your friend's financial welfare, I'm sure you'll be happy to cover her expenses." Jessica's mouth snapped shut. Her loyalty to Clara was directly proportional to how much fun my money could provide. Without it, she was just an annoying roommate. The following week was a war of attrition. Clara clearly believed this was a power play, that I was just trying to punish her and would eventually cave. She made no effort to pack or look for a new place. Instead, she escalated. She started having friends over on weeknights, being loud, leaving messes, trying to provoke a reaction. I didn't react. I bought noise-canceling headphones. I hired a weekly cleaning service and sent Clara an invoice for half the cost, which she laughed at. I just filed it away. The smear campaign also began in earnest. Jessica and Clara's other friends started posting vague, dramatic stories on social media about toxic men and wolves in sheep's clothing. They were trying to paint me as the villain. I didn't engage. My own social media is a barren wasteland used only for professional networking. Their attacks were landing in an empty field. The true genius of my plan, however, was what I was doing in the background. Clara thought she had a month to figure things out. She was wrong. She had a month until she was legally required to leave, but her ability to stay was contingent on her behavior. I had my lawyer draft a second document, a notice of lease violation for creating a public nuisance and hosting unauthorized, disruptive gatherings. I documented every party, every mess with dates and photos. I didn't need to use it yet. It was a contingency, a trump card, ready to be played if she forced my hand. They thought this was a game of emotion. I was the only one who understood it was a game of legal chess. And I was already 3 moves ahead. Update 2. The final 10 days of the 30-day notice were when reality finally began to dawn on Clara. The money had run out. Her friends, including Jessica, had stopped coming over once it became clear the free ride was over. The apartment was no longer a fun party spot. It was a tense cohabitation with a man who treated her like a stranger. She tried a new tactic, seduction. She started wearing the outfits I liked, making my favorite meals, trying to remind me of the good times. It was like watching a bad actress play a role she didn't understand. The person she was pretending to be never really existed. I remained polite, distant, and unmoved. The deadline was non-negotiable. With 1 week to go, she finally had a full-blown meltdown. "I'm not leaving," she screamed at me. "You can't make me. I have rights." "You're right," I said, not looking up from my book. "I can't physically make you leave. But on the 1st of the month, at 12:01 p.m., if you are still here, I will have the police escort you out for trespassing, and the landlord will begin formal eviction proceedings, which will destroy your credit and ability to rent another apartment for years. But yes, you do have the right to choose that option." That's when she finally started making calls. Not to find an apartment, but to find a place to crash. I could hear her on the phone, her voice getting more and more desperate. Jessica, apparently, was going on a month-long trip to Europe she couldn't possibly cancel. Another friend had her parents visiting. Another just didn't have the space. Her network of friends, built on the shallow ground of social opportunism, offered her no support whatsoever. They were liabilities in her life, not assets. On the final day, the day she was supposed to be out, she had done almost nothing. A few half-hearted attempts at packing were visible in her room. She spent the morning crying. I had already scheduled a deep cleaning service for 1 p.m. and a locksmith for 3 p.m. The timeline was absolute. At 11:45 a.m., I knocked on her bedroom door. "You have 15 minutes, I said through the door. She flung it open, her face a mess of tears and mascara. "Where am I supposed to go?" she wailed. "That is a logistical problem you have had 30 days to solve," I replied. I handed her a piece of paper. "However, I have taken the liberty of securing a short-term solution for your property." It was the receipt for a storage unit, rented in her name for 1 month. I had also hired a moving crew who were currently waiting in the lobby. "They will be up in 5 minutes, I explained. "They will pack and move all of your belongings to this unit. You can supervise them if you wish. Then you need to leave the key and go." The look of utter defeat on her face was profound. She had no fight left. She had played every card she had, and none of them had worked. The movers were professional and efficient. They cleared out her room in under an hour. Clara just sat on the floor of the empty room, watching. At 12:45 p.m., it was done. Her life in my apartment was packed into a 10 by 10 box a few miles away. The movers left. I stood by the open front door. "It's time to go, Clara," I said. She slowly stood up, walked to the door, and turned. "I hate you," she whispered. "I know," I said. I held out my hand. She dropped her key into it. Then she turned and walked away down the hall, a single purse over her shoulder, with nowhere to go. I closed the door, locked it, and for the first time in 30 days, my home was finally my own. Final update. It's been about a month since Clara left. The 2 weeks of silence I experienced after she walked out that door were the most peaceful I've had in a long time. The deep cleaners came and scrubbed the apartment from top to bottom. The locksmith changed the locks. I rearranged the furniture. I reclaimed my space, piece by piece. The silence was absolute. Then, exactly as the title of this post predicted, she showed up. 2 weeks after I'd last seen her, my buzzer rang. It was her voice small and tinny through the speaker. "Please, can we just talk?" Against my better judgment, I let her up. I wanted to see the final outcome of the project. She looked terrible. She was thinner, her clothes were wrinkled, and the confident, arrogant fire in her eyes was gone, replaced by a hollowed-out exhaustion. She explained that she had been staying with a series of friends, a night here, a couple of nights there. But she had worn out her welcome everywhere. Jessica was still in Europe, ignoring her texts. She had no money, no job prospects, and the storage unit I'd rented for her was due for payment. She was about to lose everything she owned. "I just need a place to stay for a little while," she begged, tears welling in her eyes. "Just until I can get back on my feet, I'll do anything." I let her finish. I didn't interrupt. When she was done, I just looked at her. "No," I said. It was a quiet word, but it had the finality of a steel door slamming shut. "Why are you being like this?" she cried. "I know I messed up. I said I was sorry." "This isn't about you messing up," I explained, my voice devoid of emotion. "This is about you showing me exactly who you are. Do you remember what you yelled in the hallway? You yelled that I wasn't a real man, that I just paid your rent. You defined our relationship as a transaction, Clara. You set the terms. You were providing a certain service, companionship, I suppose, and I was providing a service, financial support. When your service became disrespectful and hostile, the transaction was terminated. It's that simple." "It wasn't a transaction," she sobbed. "I loved you. Your actions proved otherwise." Then I said, "You used that public performance to try and humiliate me, to assert your power over the wallet, but you miscalculated. You failed to realize that a wallet can be closed. You are not entitled to my home, my money, or my time. The account is settled. The transaction is over." I walked to the door and opened it. "I wish you the best of luck in finding a new arrangement that suits you," I said. "Goodbye, Clara." She looked at me for a long moment, searching for any sign of weakness, any crack in my resolve. She found none. She turned and walked out, and I closed the door on that chapter of my life for good. I heard from Mrs. Gable a week later that Clara's parents had to drive in from out of state to collect her and her things from the storage unit. She's apparently moved back home. Her social media has gone dark. The vibrant, exciting puzzle I had once been so curious about had been solved, and the final picture was ugly and sad. My revenge wasn't about yelling back or causing a scene. It was about taking her at her word. She wanted our relationship to be a transaction, so I treated it like one. And when the terms were breached, I simply closed the account, with prejudice. She didn't lose her home because I was cruel. She lost it because she fundamentally misunderstood the terms of her own deal. Her best friend warned me, "She calls you her plan B." I said nothing. At her birthday party, I gave a toast to new beginnings and broke up with her in front of everyone. The aftermath was legendary. I, 29 male, got the warning 3 weeks before my girlfriend Brooks, 27, birthday party. Her best friend Mia had been drinking at a bar downtown, saw me there with my buddy, and stumbled over to our table. "Derek," she slurred, grabbing my shoulder. "Derek, you're such a nice guy." "Too nice." I laughed it off at first. Mia was wasted. But then she leaned in closer. "You know what Brooke calls you when you're not around?" She giggled like it was the funniest thing. "Her retirement plan. Her plan B. Says you're perfect husband material for when she's done having fun." My buddy Trevor's eyes went wide. I kept my face neutral, bought Mia a water, and got her an Uber home. But those words, they explained everything. See, Brooke and I had been together for 2 years. I'd been all in, helped her through her career transition, aka unemployment, paid for her coding boot camp, $12, covered rent while she focused on learning. Meanwhile, she was always texting someone, always had these networking events that went until 3 a.m. The thing is, I'd already been suspicious. Found out through Instagram stories that her study group was mostly her going to clubs. Her mentor, Zane, kept appearing in photos, always with his arm around her. But I wanted to believe her explanations. Love makes you stupid like that. After Mia's drunk confession, I did some digging, created a fake Instagram, followed some of her friends. The picture became crystal clear. There were posts about keeping your options open, jokes about starter boyfriends versus forever boyfriends. One girl posted a meme, "Date them for their potential, marry them for their portfolio." Brooke had commented 3 fire emojis, but the real kicker, found a TikTok her friend posted from a girl's night. Brooke's voice, clear as day. Derek's gonna buy us a house one day. But until then, a girl's gotta live, you know? They all laughed. I screen recorded everything. Her 27th birthday was coming up. She'd been planning it for months, rented out a whole restaurant's party room, invited 60+ people, made it this huge production. She kept telling me how important it was that I show up for her and make it special. Even gave me a list of acceptable birthday gift options. Minimum budget, $500. I played the perfect boyfriend. Helped with decorations, confirmed RSVPs, even paid for the photographer she wanted. She had no idea what was coming. The night of the party, I showed up in my best suit, brought a beautifully wrapped gift, a $20 self-help book about living your truth. She didn't know that yet. Everyone was there, her family, friends, coworkers, even Zane. Halfway through dinner, Brooke stood up to thank everyone, all emotional, talking about her journey and her support system. When she finished, she looked at me expectantly. "Your turn, babe. You always give the best speeches." I stood up, raised my glass, smiled at everyone. "I want to toast to new beginnings," I started. "They say the truth will set you free, and tonight feels like the perfect night for freedom." Brooke beamed. She thought this was going somewhere else. "Brooke," I continued, voice steady, "you've taught me so much about myself, like how I deserve someone who sees me as their first choice, not their retirement plan." The room went silent. Brooke's smile froze. "I know about Plan B, about how I'm the safe option for when you're done having fun. Your friend Mia let it slip. Alcohol's funny that way, makes people honest." Gasps around the room. Mia, who was there, turned white. "So tonight, on your special day, I'm giving us both the gift of honesty. We're done. This relationship is over. You're free to pursue Zane or whoever else without feeling guilty about your backup plan." Brooke's face went from shock to rage. "Are you seriously doing this now? At my birthday?" "You planned this party for 2 months, I said calmly. "I've known for 3 weeks. Seemed like perfect timing to me." "Oh, and that boot camp I paid for? The $12K? Consider it a parting gift. But the apartment lease is in my name, so you'll need to find a new place by the end of the month." Her mom stood up. "This is inappropriate. How dare you humiliate her like this?" "Humiliation?" I pulled out my phone. Should I play the TikTok where she calls me her future house buyer? Or show the screenshots where she jokes about starter boyfriends? Dead silence. I put a card on the table. "Happy birthday, Brooke. Your gift is inside. It's a book about living authentically." Seemed appropriate. Then I walked out. My phone started blowing up before I even reached my car. But I didn't check it. Not yet. I had one more stop to make. My apartment to change the locks. Update 1. The entitlement has reached levels I didn't think possible. First, let me address the lock situation, since people asked. Yes, it's legal where I live. She's not on the lease, never was. She's technically been a month-to-month guest. I gave her 30 days notice via certified mail the day after the party. All legal, all documented. So the morning after the party, Brooke showed up at the apartment with her sister Chloe and 3 friends. Full squad. I was expecting this, so I was conveniently not home, crashed at Trevor's place, but I had installed a Ring doorbell 2 days before the party. Knew this would happen. The footage is gold. Brooke trying her tea, getting frustrated, then absolutely losing it. Kicking the door, screaming about psychopaths and abusers. Chloe tried to jimmy the window. One friend suggested calling the cops, but Brooke shut that down real quick. Guess she remembered she's not on the lease. Then came the texts, 137 of them in 6 hours. The progression was actually fascinating. First 20, rage, calling me every name imaginable. Next 30, bargaining. We can work this out. You misunderstood. Mia was lying. Next 40, manipulation. I have nowhere to go. You're leaving me homeless. What about everything I did for you? Next 30, threats. Legal action for what? Telling my employer. Telling them what? Ruining my life. Final 17, love bombing. Old photos of us. Remember when we were so good together? I responded once. You have 27 days to collect your belongings. Schedule a time. Bring a witness. But here's where it gets really good. Zane, the mentor? He messaged me. This absolute Chad had the audacity to tell me I handled things poorly and should have been a gentleman about it. Said I ruined a beautiful woman's special day. I replied with screenshots of Brooke texting him at 2 a.m. while lying next to me in bed. Messages like, "Can't wait to see you tomorrow," and "Derek's asleep, call me." His response? That's taken out of context. My dude, what context makes that okay? He blocked me after that. Then Brooke's mom, Sharon, called my mother. They'd met twice in 2 years, but suddenly Sharon needed to inform her what a disgraceful son she'd raised. My mom, bless her, listened politely, then said, "Sounds like Derek finally grew a spine. Good for him." Then hung up. The best part? Brooke's job. She works in PR at this boutique firm, all about image and reputation. Well, guess who was at the birthday party? Her boss and 3 coworkers. They saw everything. According to a mutual friend, Brooke called in sick the next 2 days, then showed up Wednesday acting like nothing happened. But everyone knew. Her boss apparently pulled her aside about maintaining professional standards even in personal situations. Oh, and the coding boot camp? She never finished it. Dropped out after 3 weeks, but didn't tell me. I'd been paying for nothing for 5 months while she pretended to study. Found this out when I called to see if I could get a partial refund. Couldn't, but worth a shot. Yesterday, she tried a new approach. Sent her friend Tiffany to my gym. Tiffany happened to be on the treadmill next to mine. "You know, Brooke's really struggling," she said, all casual. "She's staying on my couch. Could barely afford food yesterday." "Wendy's is hiring," I said, putting my earbuds back in. "You're seriously going to let her starve?" "She's got 24 days to figure it out, same as any other adult." Tiffany called me heartless and stomped off. Cool. I finished my workout. Last night, the extinction burst began. Apparently that's what it's called when they panic and try everything at once. Brooke created a GoFundMe. Help a young woman escape financial abuse. The description painted me as this controlling monster who trapped her financially, then threw her out for having male friends. She raised $50 from her aunt. The comments section backfired spectacularly because one of the party guests, her coworker James, commented, "Weren't you calling him Plan B at your birthday before he dumped you?" She deleted the whole thing within 2 hours. As I'm writing this, I just got a text from an unknown number. It's Brooke, from a friend's phone. "You win. I'll leave quietly if you just give me $5,000 to start over." The entitlement. The absolute entitlement. My response? No. Then I blocked that number too. 22 days left on her move-out deadline. This is going to be a long 3 weeks. Update 2. It got so much worse before it got better. Remember how I said Brooke had 22 days left? Well, she decided to accelerate the crazy. First, she tried to break in at 3 a.m. on a Tuesday, but not in a smart way. She literally tried to crowbar the door, in full view of the Ring camera, while narrating what she was doing. "This is my apartment too. I have rights." The neighbors called the cops. I woke up to police knocking, showed them the lease, only my name, the certified notice, 27 days to vacate, and the Ring footage. They told her she had to leave or they'd arrest her for attempted B&E. The officer actually said, "Ma'am, you're on camera trying to break in." While talking about breaking in, that's not smart. She ugly cried about being kicked out of her home. Cops didn't care. Told her it was a civil matter, follow the eviction notice. She left, but not before screaming, "This isn't over." Narrator. It wasn't over. Next day, I get a call from my bank. Someone tried to access my account claiming to be me. Had my social, my birthday, even my mother's maiden name. Brooke knew all this. But they didn't have the answer to my security question. First pet's name? I'd told Brooke it was Buddy. It was actually Sergeant Whiskers. Always lie about security questions, folks. Bank flagged it as fraud. I filed a police report, added another layer of security to everything. Then came the masterclass in delusion. Brooke's mom, Sharon, called again. But this time, she wanted to negotiate. "Sharon, Derek, let's be adults. Brooke made mistakes, but you did too. It's only fair you help her transition." Me, fair? She put 2 years into this relationship, while calling me Plan B. That was jokes. Girl talk. You men are so sensitive. Okay. So you'll help her? No. I'll give you $500 if you give her $3,000. What? It's a compromise. I'm helping, you're helping. Everyone wins. The mental gymnastics. She wanted me to pay $2,500 for the privilege of paying $2,500? I just hung up. But the peak entitlement came last Thursday. I get home from work, and there's a moving truck outside. Brooke's there with some random dudes trying to look official. She's got a clipboard and everything. We're here for the furniture. What furniture? My furniture. From the apartment. You mean the furniture I bought with receipts in my name? I picked it out. That makes it mine. One of the moving guys looked uncomfortable. Lady, if his name's on the receipts, just do your job. I called the cops again, showed them receipts for everything. Couch, TV, bed, even the coffee maker she was trying to claim. Police told the movers to leave unless they wanted trouble. Movers apologized to me, said she told them I was her ex who'd stolen her stuff during the breakup. As they're leaving, Brooke drops the mask completely. You're nothing without me, she screamed. You were a nobody. I made you better. I picked you. For Plan B, I reminded her. You weren't even Plan A material. That's when Zane pulled up, in his Tesla. To rescue her. Come on, baby, he said. He's not worth it. Baby. They're together now, officially. Been posting couples photos everywhere. The captions are something else. Finally with someone who values me, and real recognizes real. Plot twist. Zane's Tesla? It's a lease he can't afford. His entrepreneur lifestyle? He lives with his parents. His investments? Crypto and NFTs that tanked. Found all this out from a buddy who knows him. Brooke hitched herself to a sinking ship. Meanwhile, her professional life imploded. Remember her boss pulling her aside? Well, showing up with moving trucks and police reports during work hours was the last straw. She got encouraged to resign to pursue other opportunities. She's now unemployed, living with Zane at his parents' house. His mom already hates her. How do I know? Because Zane's mom DM'd me on Facebook. Is this the girl who called you Plan B? Good riddance. Now she's my problem. 5 days left on the eviction notice. She's officially moved in with Zane, but keeps saying she'll sue me for illegal eviction and emotional damages. Her lawyer, her cousin who failed the bar twice, sent me a letter full of legal-sounding nonsense. My actual lawyer responded with one line, no merit. Do not contact my client again. The best part? Remember that $20 self-help book I gave her for her birthday? She posted it on her story. Reading this amazing book Derek gave me. He always knew how to inspire growth. Girl, I dumped you at your party. The cognitive dissonance is real. Final update, it's done. Finally, completely, beautifully done. The last 5 days of her eviction period were anticlimactic. She'd already moved everything to Zane's parents' house. Sent Tiffany to grab the last few items. Tiffany tried one more guilt trip about how devastated Brooke was. I just helped load the boxes. Silence is powerful. But the real ending came 2 weeks later. I get a call from an unknown number. It's Zane's mom, Patricia. Derek? You need to know what's happening. Apparently, Brooke had been telling Zane I was stalking her, harassing her, trying to win her back. She was using this fictional drama to get attention and sympathy from him. Even showed him fake text conversations. She was texting herself from a burner phone. But Patricia is tech-savvy. She checked their Ring doorbell footage. Saw Brooke sneaking out at weird hours to escape my harassment. Really meeting other guys, including Zane's best friend Luis. Patricia showed Zane everything. He confronted Brooke. She tried to flip it, saying Patricia was jealous and controlling. Zane actually considered it until Luis straight up admitted Brooke had been hitting on him, sending him pics, asking to talk privately about Zane's treatment of her. Zane kicked her out that night, in the rain, with her stuff in garbage bags. But here's where Brooke reached peak delusion. She called me. At 11 p.m. Derek, I need you to pick me up. What? I'm at Zane's. Well, outside. We had a fight. I need somewhere to stay. Brooke, we broke up. You called me Plan B. You tried to break into my apartment. You attempted bank fraud. That was all miscommunication. I was hurt. You embarrassed me. No. Where am I supposed to go? Not my problem. You ruined everything. You labeled me Plan B. I just chose not to be anyone's backup plan. She hung up. Posted on Instagram about toxic exes who won't let go. I wasn't following her. Trevor sent me the screenshot. Nobody bought it. The comments were brutal. Girl, didn't you live with him for free? Didn't he dump you at your party? Team Derek to the... She deleted her Instagram the next day. Last I heard, through the grapevine, she moved back to her hometown 3 hours away. Living with her parents. Working at her dad's insurance office, doing data entry. Sharon apparently tells people I manipulated her daughter and turned everyone against her. But here's the thing, I didn't turn anyone against her. I just stopped keeping her secrets. I stopped being the safety net. I stopped enabling the fantasy where she was the main character and everyone else was supporting cast. Her coworker James, the one who commented on her GoFundMe, reached out last week. Told me Brooke had apparently been doing this for years. Every boyfriend was either a stepping stone or a placeholder. She had a whole philosophy about it. Even gave advice to younger girls at work about maximizing your dating portfolio. James said watching her get called out publicly was cathartic for everyone who knew her. As for me, I'm good. Better than good, actually. Started dating Jenna from my climbing gym. She actually knew about the birthday party drama, small city, word travels, and told me on our first date, just so you know, you're nobody's plan B in my book. Also, that was legendary. We've been together 3 months now. It's healthy, honest, no games. She pays for dates sometimes. Doesn't text other dudes at 2 a.m. Doesn't have a Zane. It's nice, peaceful. Brooke unblocked me last week just to send one last message. I hope you're happy. You destroyed my life over a stupid comment. My response, your choices destroyed your life. I just stopped subsidizing them. Then I blocked her. Sometimes the best revenge isn't elaborate. It's just stepping back and letting someone face the natural consequences of their actions. Brooke wanted to keep me as plan B while she explored other options. Instead, she lost all her options and had to move back home. You can't treat people like safety nets and expect them to catch you forever. Eventually, even plan B walks away. And that toast at her birthday, worth every second of fallout. The look on her face when she realized her backup plan had backup plans of his own? Priceless.
She grinned. My ex messaged me. Maybe I made a mistake choosing you. I said, go for it. Days later, she was sobbing when she discovered the truth about his success. What started as an ordinary Tuesday evening in our Phoenix apartment became the moment I realized 3 years of what I thought was love had been built on quicksand. I was debugging security protocols for a client when Rachel burst through our front door with this triumphant expression I hadn't seen since she landed her marketing job. You'll never guess who reached out to me today, she announced, practically bouncing with excitement as she dropped her purse and pulled out her phone. I looked up from my laptop, expecting news about a promotion or maybe plans with her sister. Instead, she thrust her screen toward me, showing Instagram messages from someone named Trevor Walsh. The name meant nothing to me, but Rachel's face was glowing like she'd won the lottery. Trevor from college, she explained, as if that clarified everything. Remember, I told you about him? We dated senior year before he moved to Silicon Valley. I vaguely remembered her mentioning some ex-boyfriend who'd chased tech dreams in California, but she'd never seemed particularly nostalgic about him. Now she was scrolling through his profile with the focus of someone studying for finals. The photos were impressive, I had to admit. Trevor posed next to a white Tesla in front of what looked like a glass office building, another shot of him giving a presentation to a packed conference room, and several images of a modern apartment with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the San Francisco Bay. His bio read, CEO and founder, disrupting tech one innovation at a time. Look at this, Rachel continued, showing me his latest post about closing a Series B funding round. He's building this revolutionary platform for sustainable energy management. Says he's already got contracts with 3 Fortune 500 companies. I studied the images more carefully, noting the professional quality of the photos and the carefully crafted captions. As someone who works in cybersecurity, I've learned to be skeptical of things that seem too polished online. But Rachel was completely absorbed, reading his messages aloud. He says he's been thinking about how different things might have been if we'd stayed together after graduation. How we could have built an empire together instead of playing it safe. That phrase hit me like a physical blow. Playing it safe. I'd been working 60-hour weeks for the past 2 years, building expertise in threat detection and network security. I'd saved enough for a down payment on a house and had been secretly saving for an engagement ring that was currently hidden in my sock drawer. Apparently, stability and planning ahead qualified as playing it safe. What exactly is he suggesting? I asked, trying to keep my voice neutral. Rachel sat down across from me, her expression suddenly serious. He wants to meet when he's in Phoenix next week. Says he has some business meetings here and thought we could catch up. She paused, chewing her lower lip the way she did when she was nervous. I've been thinking lately about whether I settled too quickly. Whether I chose security over ambition. The words hung in the air between us like smoke. 3 years together, and she was questioning the fundamental choice of being with me. I thought about all our weekend mornings making breakfast together, our evenings planning trips we'd take someday, the way she used to brag to her friends about having a boyfriend who actually knew how to fix things when they broke. You think you settled for me, I said. It wasn't a question. I think I might have. Her honesty was brutal but somehow refreshing. Look at what Trevor's accomplished in the same 4 years. He took risks, built something revolutionary. Meanwhile, we're here living in the same apartment, following the same routines, talking about maybe buying a house in the suburbs someday. I closed my laptop and really looked at her. The woman I'd been planning to propose to was sitting across from me, essentially asking for permission to explore whether she'd made a mistake choosing stability over excitement. The irony wasn't lost on me that she called my career boring when I spent my days protecting companies from sophisticated cyber attacks, but apparently preventing million-dollar security breaches wasn't as impressive as whatever Trevor was selling on Instagram. So what are you asking me, Rachel? I guess I'm asking if you'd be okay with me meeting him. Just to see what might have been. I could have fought for us. Could have pointed out that she was comparing our real, lived-in relationship to someone's carefully curated social media presence. Could have mentioned the engagement ring and my promotion opportunity and all the plans I'd been making for our future. Instead, I looked at her sitting there, practically vibrating with excitement about another man's supposed success, and realized something important. If she needed permission to explore other options, she'd already made her choice. Go for it, I said calmly. The surprise on her face told me she'd expected me to fight harder. I watched Rachel's confusion turn to relief as she processed my response, probably interpreting my calm acceptance as understanding rather than the quiet devastation it actually was. While she texted Trevor to confirm their meeting, I was already formulating a plan that had nothing to do with winning her back and everything to do with protecting myself from whatever game was being played. The next morning, I called Lisa Martinez, Rachel's former college roommate who now worked as a private investigator in Los Angeles. I'd met Lisa twice during visits, and she'd always struck me as someone who saw through people's facades with surgical precision. More importantly, she'd known Trevor during their college years and had never seemed impressed by him. Kevin. Lisa sounded surprised when she answered. Is everything okay with Rachel? That depends on how you define okay, I said, explaining the situation while walking to my car in the parking garage. Trevor Walsh is back in the picture, and Rachel seems convinced he's become some kind of tech mogul. The silence on the other end stretched for several seconds. Trevor Walsh, Lisa repeated slowly. Tall guy, brown hair, always wore those expensive watches he couldn't afford? That sounds right. Why do you ask about the watches? Because that was Trevor's whole thing in college. He'd buy convincing knockoffs and let people assume they were real. I always wondered what happened to him after graduation. Lisa agreed to meet me that afternoon at a coffee shop in Scottsdale, claiming she had some information that might interest me. When I arrived, I found her at a corner table with a laptop open and several printed documents spread out. Lisa looked exactly as I remembered, professional and focused, but there was something different about the way she greeted me. More attention, more genuine interest than I'd ever noticed before. I did some preliminary research after your call, she said, sliding a folder across the table. Trevor's been busy, but not in the way he's advertising. The documents were fascinating and disturbing. Trevor's supposed Silicon Valley success was entirely fabricated. His office was a WeWork space he rented by the hour for photo shoots. The Tesla belonged to a car-sharing service, and his apartment photos were lifted from various luxury real estate listings. Most damaging of all, Lisa had discovered Trevor had been systematically contacting his college ex-girlfriends over the past 6 months, using identical scripts about business success and missed opportunities. He's running some kind of con, Lisa explained, showing me screenshots from 3 different women who'd been approached with similar stories. The question is what he's really after. I studied Lisa as she walked me through her findings, impressed by her thoroughness and analytical approach. She'd built a comprehensive timeline of Trevor's activities, cross-referenced his social media posts with actual business filings, and even verified that his supposed company didn't exist in any corporate database. This level of investigation, I said, genuinely impressed. How long did this take you? About 4 hours. Your call made me curious, and I hate seeing good people get manipulated. The way she said good people, while looking directly at me, sent an unexpected warmth through my chest. We spent another hour discussing Trevor's likely motivations and potential next moves. Lisa suggested we document everything carefully, both for Rachel's protection and in case Trevor's activities crossed into illegal territory. As we prepared to leave, Lisa casually snapped a photo of us at the table, mentioning she wanted to remember the productive meeting. Mind if I post this? I like to share when I'm collaborating with cybersecurity professionals. I agreed, thinking nothing of it. 20 minutes later, my phone exploded with calls from Rachel. "Why are you meeting with Lisa behind my back?" she demanded when I finally answered. "What are you trying to prove? Are you having me investigated?" The paranoia in her voice was telling. Why would someone worry about being investigated unless they had something to hide? "Lisa's helping me understand Trevor's background," I said calmly. "Since you're considering whether you made a mistake choosing me, I thought it might be useful to know who you're comparing me to." "This is exactly what I mean about you being controlling," Rachel shot back. "You can't just accept that I might have feelings for someone else. You have to dig into his life and try to find dirt." I let her vent while mentally noting how quickly she'd jumped to defending a man she hadn't spoken to in 4 years. The Rachel I'd fallen in love with would have been curious about what I'd discovered, not angry that I'd looked into it. After she hung up, Lisa texted me, "That reaction tells us everything we need to know." She's already emotionally invested in Trevor's story. I realized Lisa was right, and I also realized that our 4-hour conversation had been the most intellectually stimulating discussion I'd had in months. Rachel had been increasingly dismissive of my work lately, treating my cybersecurity expertise as mundane technical stuff. Lisa understood the complexity of what I did and seemed genuinely interested in how digital investigation intersected with traditional private investigation work. When I got home that evening, Rachel was waiting with her arms crossed and a defiant expression that made it clear our relationship had crossed a line we couldn't uncross. 3 days later, I came home early from work to find Rachel sitting on our couch next to a man I immediately recognized from his Instagram photos, though he looked significantly less impressive in person. Trevor was wearing what appeared to be an expensive suit, but I noticed the frayed cuffs and the way he kept adjusting his sleeves to hide a cheap watch. His confident online persona had been replaced by nervous energy, and he kept glancing toward the door like he was planning an exit strategy. "Kevin, this is Trevor," Rachel said with forced brightness. "Trevor, this is Kevin. We live together." The awkward introduction told me everything about where her head was. I wasn't her boyfriend anymore. I was just someone she happened to share living space with. Trevor stood and offered his hand with practiced charm. "Great to finally meet you, man. Rachel's told me so much about your computer work." The dismissive way he said, "computer work," reminded me why I'd never liked guys like him in college. I shook his hand and immediately noticed how soft his palms were, definitely not the hands of someone who'd been building a revolutionary company from the ground up. "Rachel says you're disrupting the tech industry," I said conversationally. "What specific sector are you focused on?" I watched Trevor's face carefully as he launched into a vague explanation about sustainable energy management solutions and blockchain-integrated smart grid optimization. As someone who actually worked in tech, I could tell he was stringing together buzzwords without understanding what they meant. When I asked about his development stack and scalability architecture, he deflected with jokes about getting too technical for a social conversation. Rachel jumped in to change the subject, but I'd already learned what I needed to know. During their visit, I excused myself to call Lisa with updates. She'd been tracking Trevor's movements since our meeting and had disturbing news. "He's been staying at 3 different budget motels in the past week," she reported, "paying cash and checking out whenever they ask for a credit card to keep on file." I also found court documents showing eviction proceedings from his last known address in San Jose. What about his business? I asked, watching through the window as Trevor and Rachel talked intensely on our balcony. Kevin, there is no business. I contacted the supposed Fortune 500 clients he mentioned on Instagram. None of them have ever heard of him or his company. The whole thing is fabricated. When I returned to the living room, Trevor was showing Rachel paperwork for what he claimed was a major investment opportunity. I glimpsed enough to see official-looking documents with impressive letterheads and complex financial projections. As someone who'd been targeted by phishing attempts and social engineering scams, I recognized the hallmarks of professional-grade fraud materials. Rachel, could I speak with you privately for a moment? I asked. She followed me to the kitchen with obvious reluctance. Lisa found some concerning information about Trevor's financial situation, I said quietly. I think you should know he's been evicted from 3 apartments in the past year and there's no record of his company actually existing. Her face flushed with anger. You're still investigating him? This is harassment, Kevin. You can't accept that he's successful while you're stuck in the same dead-end job you've had for years. It's not about success. It's about truth. His supposed clients don't exist, Rachel. I can show you the documentation. I don't want to see your fake evidence, she snapped. Trevor warned me you might try something like this. He said jealous men always attack successful rivals by spreading lies. The fact that Trevor had preemptively prepared her for my discoveries confirmed Lisa's theory about his methods. He'd done this before, probably with other women who had stable partners he needed to discredit. When we returned to the living room, Trevor was gone. Rachel explained he'd stepped out to take an important business call, but his nervous energy before leaving suggested he'd overheard enough of our conversation to realize his cover was blown. An hour later, Rachel's phone rang. Trevor's voice was loud enough for me to hear as he explained that his rental car had been temporarily repossessed due to a paperwork issue, and asked if Rachel could pick him up from a gas station across town. What kind of successful CO gets his rental car repossessed? I asked after she hung up. It's just a bureaucratic mistake, Rachel insisted, but I could see doubt creeping into her expression for the first time. While she drove to rescue Trevor, I called Lisa with an update. He's rattled, I reported. Left as soon as he realized I was asking specific questions about his business. Good. Fraudsters rely on keeping their marks isolated from people who might ask uncomfortable questions. The fact that he's already trying to turn Rachel against you means you're disrupting his timeline. That evening, Rachel returned with Trevor in tow, both of them looking defensive and slightly desperate. Trevor had abandoned his smooth charm and was now playing the victim, claiming I was harassing him because I couldn't handle Rachel's success. Some men can't stand to see their women with real entrepreneurs, he said, directing his comments to Rachel while avoiding eye contact with me. They'll do anything to sabotage genuine opportunities. I pulled out my laptop and showed them both the incorporation records Lisa had obtained. Trevor's supposed company didn't exist in California, Delaware, or any other state. His business address was a UPS store, and his phone number was registered to a burner phone service. There are explanations for all of this, Trevor insisted, but his voice lacked conviction. I use privacy services to protect my intellectual property. That's standard practice in Silicon Valley. Rachel looked between us, her certainty finally starting to crack. Trevor, maybe you should explain about the rental car situation. For the first time since I'd met him, Trevor's mask slipped completely. Look, I'm going through a temporary cash flow issue, okay? That's normal in startups. We're between funding rounds and I had to make some short-term sacrifices to keep the company running. What company? I asked quietly. The silence that followed answered everything. The next morning, I woke up to find Rachel's side of the bed empty and her overnight bag missing from the closet. She'd left a note saying she needed space to think and would be staying at her sister's for a few days. What she didn't mention was that she'd also taken Trevor with her, something I discovered when Lisa called with surveillance updates. They're at Ashley's place, Lisa reported. But here's the interesting part. Trevor's been posting Instagram stories about his Phoenix business meetings while he's actually sitting in a suburban apartment complex. That afternoon, my phone started buzzing with notifications. Rachel had launched a full social media campaign painting me as a jealous, controlling partner who'd sabotaged her chance at happiness with a successful entrepreneur. Her Facebook post had already garnered dozens of sympathetic comments from mutual friends who didn't know the full story. My boyfriend hired a private investigator to stalk and harass my friend because he can't handle that someone from my past became successful while he stayed stagnant, she'd written. Some men can't stand to see women with ambition or appreciate when they meet real entrepreneurs who think bigger than their next paycheck. The post was accompanied by one of Trevor's more impressive Instagram photos, the one with the Tesla and the office building. Within hours, the story had spread through our social circle with predictable results. Our mutual friends were taking sides, and most of them were choosing Rachel's version because it was more dramatic and she'd gotten there first with her narrative. I screenshot everything for documentation but didn't respond publicly. Instead, I focused on helping Lisa gather more evidence about Trevor's activities. What we discovered was far worse than simple social media fraud. Lisa had connected with Marcus Williams, a tech blogger who specialized in exposing startup scams and investment fraud. Marcus had been tracking Trevor for months after receiving tips from multiple victims who'd lost money to his various schemes. Trevor Walsh has been running sophisticated con games for at least 2 years, Marcus explained during a 3-way call with Lisa and me. He targets successful women through dating apps and social media, builds fake romantic connections, then convinces them to invest in his non-existent companies. The scope of Trevor's operation was staggering. Marcus had identified at least 12 women who'd given Trevor money, ranging from small loans to major investments. One victim, a Seattle attorney named Jennifer, had transferred $45,000 to Trevor's account after he convinced her they were starting a legal tech startup together. Another woman in Austin had refinanced her house to give Trevor $80,000 for what he claimed was a revolutionary app development project. The Instagram profile Rachel saw is just his latest creation, Marcus continued. He builds these fake success stories specifically to target women who might be dissatisfied with their current relationships. He researches their partners' careers and positions himself as the more successful alternative. While Marcus worked on his exposé article, Lisa was tracking Trevor's current activities. She discovered he was using Rachel's phone to take photos of financial documents and personal information belonging to me and her sister Ashley. The pattern was becoming clear. Trevor wasn't just running a romance scam, he was harvesting personal data for identity theft and financial fraud. Look at these timestamps. Lisa showed me surveillance footage from Ashley's apartment complex. Trevor's been photographing mail and packages when Rachel's not around. He's building profiles on everyone in her social circle. That evening, Marcus published his article, The Fake CEO Targeting Your Ex-Girlfriend, How Social Media Romance Scams Exploit Relationship Insecurities. The piece went viral within hours, generating thousands of shares and dozens of additional victim testimonials in the comments. Trevor's carefully constructed Instagram presence collapsed as people began reporting his posts for fraud and sharing Marcus's investigation. Rachel called me that night, furious and defensive. "Your blogger friend is spreading lies about Trevor online," she accused. "He's getting death threats because of this article. You've destroyed an innocent man's reputation." "Rachel, I have bank records showing Trevor took money from 12 different women using the exact same lies he told you. This isn't about us anymore. This is about protecting people from a career criminal. Those women are probably lying for attention," she insisted. Trevor explained how competitors spread false stories about successful entrepreneurs. It's called corporate espionage. The fact that she was still defending him after everything we'd uncovered told me how completely Trevor had manipulated her thinking. But the next morning brought developments that even Rachel couldn't rationalize away. Marcus's article had prompted an FBI investigation into Trevor's activities, and federal agents had traced multiple fraudulent loan applications to addresses where Trevor had been staying. When agents arrived at Ashley's apartment with a search warrant, they found Trevor's laptop containing hundreds of stolen financial documents, fake business presentations, and detailed profiles of potential victims across multiple states. Rachel was at work when the arrest happened, but Ashley called her immediately. "Rachel, "You need to come home right now," Ashley said in a voicemail I later heard. "Trevor's been arrested by federal agents. They found stolen identities and fake documents in his backpack. What the hell did you bring into my house?" That afternoon, local news stations picked up the story. Trevor's mugshot appeared on television alongside headlines about romance scammer targeting Phoenix women. The contrast between his confident Instagram photos and his defeated expression in custody was striking enough that the story gained national attention as an example of social media manipulation and romance fraud. Marcus called me with updates throughout the day. Trevor's been charged with wire fraud, identity theft, and conspiracy to commit financial crimes across state lines. The FBI found evidence connecting him to romance scams in 6 different states over the past 3 years. When Rachel finally came home that evening, she looked like someone who'd aged 5 years in one day. The confident woman who'd been defending Trevor's honor just hours earlier had been replaced by someone who clearly understood she'd been played by a professional manipulator. "I need to know everything," she said quietly, sitting across from me at our kitchen table. "I need to know how stupid I've been." Over the next several hours, I walked Rachel through everything Lisa and I had discovered about Trevor's operation, from the fake business documents to the systematic targeting of his college ex-girlfriends. She listened in stunned silence as I explained how he'd been using her phone to photograph our personal documents and had likely been planning to use our information for identity theft and loan fraud. The worst revelation came when I showed her security camera footage from our apartment complex that Lisa had obtained through her investigation. "This is from last Tuesday when we were both at work," I said, pulling up the video on my laptop. The footage clearly showed Trevor using a copied key to enter our apartment, spending over an hour photographing documents from my home office, including tax returns, bank statements, and client confidentiality agreements from my cybersecurity work. "He made copies of your house key?" Rachel asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "When?" "Probably during his first visit. It's a standard technique for professional fraudsters. They gain access to personal spaces to gather information for identity theft and financial crimes." I showed her additional footage of Trevor accessing our mailbox and photographing the contents, including pre-approved credit card offers and bank statements that could be used to open fraudulent accounts. The systematic nature of his data collection was chilling, especially knowing he'd been doing this while pretending to reconnect romantically with Rachel. Lisa traced some of the documents Trevor photographed to loan applications he filed using variations of my identity, I continued. He applied for business credit cards using my social security number and employment information. The FBI found copies of my tax returns in his possession when they arrested him. Rachel stared at the security footage, watching Trevor methodically rifle through our private documents with practiced efficiency. "I gave him my phone password," she admitted quietly. "He said he needed to check something about his flight back to California. He must have been copying our contact information and photographing our conversations." The scope of Trevor's betrayal was becoming clear. He hadn't just been targeting Rachel for romance fraud, he'd been using their relationship to gain access to a broader network of potential victims and identity theft opportunities. Lisa's investigation had revealed that Trevor had been building detailed profiles on Rachel's entire social circle, including her sister Ashley, her co-workers, and several of our mutual friends. "Ashley's been getting strange calls," Rachel said suddenly. "Credit card companies asking about applications she never filed. Trevor was in her apartment for 3 days. He had access to all her personal information too." The federal investigation was uncovering the full extent of Trevor's criminal enterprise. FBI agents had found evidence that he'd been using stolen identities to create fake business entities and apply for government grants meant for minority-owned startups. His laptop contained over 200 stolen identity profiles, fake business presentations for non-existent companies, and detailed plans for targeting specific demographics through social media manipulation. The agents said he was part of a larger network, Rachel reported after speaking with investigators. They think he was feeding stolen information to other criminals who specialized in different types of fraud. It wasn't just romance scams. It was a sophisticated operation. Marcus Williams published a follow-up article detailing the criminal network Trevor had been connected to, including connections to overseas cybercriminal organizations that specialized in identity theft and financial fraud. The story revealed that Trevor's fake CEO persona had been just one part of a larger scheme to infiltrate professional networks and harvest personal information for criminal purposes. Trevor's arrest has led to investigations in multiple states, Marcus explained during another call with Lisa and me. The FBI believes his network may have stolen identities from hundreds of people over the past 3 years. Your girlfriend inadvertently helped investigators identify patterns they've been tracking across different jurisdictions. The personal cost of Rachel's involvement became apparent when she was called in for additional FBI interviews. Agents needed to understand how Trevor had gained access to our personal information and whether Rachel had knowingly participated in any of his criminal activities. The investigation revealed that Trevor had been using Rachel's social media accounts to research potential victims and had accessed her email to gather information about her professional contacts. They asked me if I knew Trevor was photographing documents, Rachel told me after her second FBI interview. They showed me pictures he'd taken of confidential files from your work. Kevin, he photographed everything in your home office. Client contracts, security protocols, network diagrams. They think he was planning to sell corporate information to competitors or use it for ransomware attacks. The realization that Trevor had potentially compromised my client's cybersecurity through Rachel's unwitting assistance was devastating. I immediately notified my employer and began working with our security team to assess potential data breaches and notify affected clients. The investigation revealed that Trevor had been specifically targeting cybersecurity professionals because their access to sensitive corporate information made them valuable sources for criminal networks. Your ex-boyfriend wasn't just running romance scams, my boss explained during an emergency security briefing. He was conducting corporate espionage. The information he photographed from your home office could have been used to target our clients with sophisticated cyber attacks. Rachel broke down completely when she realized the full scope of what she'd enabled. I thought you were jealous, she sobbed. I thought you couldn't handle that he was more successful than you. I defended him while he was stealing from us and planning to destroy your career. The woman who'd been questioning our relationship just weeks earlier was now faced with the reality that her judgment had nearly destroyed both of our lives. But the damage was already done. Even though Rachel hadn't knowingly participated in Trevor's crimes, her social media posts defending him and attacking me had become evidence in the federal case, demonstrating how romance fraudsters manipulate their victims into isolating themselves from people who might recognize the deception. 2 weeks after Trevor's arrest, I was called into an emergency meeting with my company's executive team and legal counsel. Rachel had been desperately trying to repair our relationship, bringing me coffee every morning and apologizing constantly for her role in the security breach, but the professional consequences of her actions were just beginning. Kevin, we need to discuss the potential impact of your personal situation on our client relationships, my boss Sarah Chen explained, her expression serious. Several clients are concerned about the security of their information after learning about the data breach. I'd already provided a complete timeline of events and cooperated fully with both the FBI investigation and our internal security audit. The audit had cleared me of any wrongdoing and confirmed that I'd followed all company protocols for handling sensitive information. However, the fact remained that confidential client data had been photographed in my home office by a criminal who'd gained access through my personal relationship. We've reviewed everything with legal and cybersecurity consultants, Sarah continued. You're not at fault for what happened, but we need to address client concerns about information security. Some are requesting that their accounts be transferred to other analysts. The irony was brutal. My career in cybersecurity, built on protecting organizations from exactly these kinds of threats, was being damaged by a security breach that had occurred in my own home through my girlfriend's relationship with a criminal. 3 of my major clients had already requested account transfers, representing nearly 40% of my annual commission income. Meanwhile, Rachel was facing her own professional crisis. Her employer, a mid-sized marketing agency, had conducted their own investigation after learning about the FBI case. They discovered that Rachel had been photographing confidential client materials and sharing them with Trevor, believing she was helping him understand marketing industry trends for his supposed business ventures. "They fired me yesterday," Rachel confided during one of our increasingly tense conversations. "HR said I violated multiple confidentiality agreements and potentially exposed client trade secrets to corporate espionage. They're considering legal action to recover damages." The marketing materials Rachel had shared with Trevor included campaign strategies, client contact lists, and competitive analysis reports that could have been valuable to the criminal network Trevor was connected to. Her employer was now facing potential lawsuits from clients who'd had their proprietary information compromised through Rachel's actions. "Kevin, I know this is all my fault," Rachel said, sitting on our couch where Trevor had first shown her his fake investment documents. "I know I ruined everything. But maybe we can rebuild from this. Maybe this experience taught us something about trust and communication." I looked at her, this woman who'd spent weeks questioning whether she'd settled for me, who'd defended a criminal while attacking my credibility, who'd unknowingly participated in crimes that had damaged both of our careers. The engagement ring was still hidden in my sock drawer, but the person I'd planned to propose to no longer existed. "Rachel, you didn't just make a mistake," I said carefully. "You made a series of choices that showed me exactly how you see me and our relationship. When Trevor appeared with his fake success story, you immediately decided I wasn't good enough." "I was confused," she protested. "He manipulated me into thinking things I didn't really believe." "You believed them because part of you wanted them to be true. You wanted to believe that I was holding you back, that you deserved something more exciting than what we had built together." The conversation revealed something that went deeper than Trevor's manipulation. Rachel had been fundamentally dissatisfied with our relationship long before Trevor arrived, viewing my stability and planning as limitations rather than strengths. Trevor had simply provided her with permission to express feelings she'd been harboring for months. A week later, the situation took another devastating turn when federal prosecutors informed us that Rachel's social media posts and the confidential documents Trevor had photographed through her access would be used as evidence in his criminal trial. "Ms. Henderson, while you weren't charged with any crimes, your actions significantly aided Mr. Walsh's criminal enterprise," the federal prosecutor explained during a briefing. "Your social media campaign against Mr. Stevens provided cover for Mr. Walsh's activities and discredited the one person who was actively investigating his fraud." Rachel's face went white as the prosecutor continued. "Mr. Walsh specifically instructed his criminal associates to monitor Mr. Stevens' cybersecurity work because the information he photographed from his home office could be used to target corporate networks. Your relationship provided access to classified information about network vulnerabilities and client security protocols." The full scope of the damage became clear when my employer's forensic audit revealed that Trevor had photographed detailed network diagrams and security protocols that could have enabled sophisticated cyber attacks against our clients. The FBI investigation found evidence that this information had been shared with overseas criminal organizations that specialized in corporate ransomware attacks. "We're recommending that all affected clients implement comprehensive security audits and update their network protocols," the FBI cybercrime specialist explained. "The information Mr. Walsh obtained could potentially be used for attacks months or years from now." 3 more of my clients terminated their contracts that week, citing concerns about ongoing security risks. My employer, while supportive throughout the investigation, was forced to reassign me to lower-profile accounts that didn't involve access to sensitive corporate networks. My career trajectory, carefully built over 5 years, had been derailed by a criminal who'd gained access to my professional life through my personal relationship. Meanwhile, Lisa's investigation had uncovered additional evidence of Trevor's network that was helping federal prosecutors build cases against his criminal associates. The information Kevin provided about Trevor's initial approach to Rachel helped us identify patterns across multiple states, she reported during one of our regular debriefings. FBI agents are now investigating similar cases in Texas, Colorado, and Oregon where romance scammers used identical methods to infiltrate professional networks. What had started as a simple investigation into my girlfriend's ex-boyfriend had uncovered a sophisticated criminal enterprise that used romance fraud as a cover for corporate espionage and identity theft. The case was becoming a landmark investigation that would change how federal agencies approached cybercrime networks that targeted personal relationships to gain access to professional information. 8 months later, I was standing in the conference room of Phoenix Cybersecurity Solutions, the consulting firm Lisa and I had launched together after both of our lives had been turned upside down by Trevor's criminal network. Our company specialized in helping fraud victims recover their stolen assets and assisting organizations in implementing security protocols to prevent romance-based corporate espionage. The irony wasn't lost on me that being victimized by a sophisticated criminal had ultimately led to the most fulfilling work of my career. The Morrison Industries case is complete, Lisa announced to our team of 6 investigators and cybersecurity specialists. We recovered $280,000 in stolen funds and helped them identify the security vulnerabilities that enabled the initial breach. Our success rate was impressive because we understood both the technical and psychological aspects of these crimes. I brought expertise in network security and digital forensics, while Lisa contributed her investigative skills and deep understanding of social manipulation tactics. Together, we developed innovative approaches to tracking cybercriminals who used personal relationships to infiltrate corporate networks. The demand for our services had grown rapidly as more organizations realized how vulnerable they were to romance-based espionage. We'd consulted with companies across 12 states, helping them implement policies that protected employees' personal information while maintaining appropriate work-life boundaries. My career had not only recovered from the Trevor incident but had expanded into something more meaningful and lucrative than my previous corporate position. Kevin, the FBI wants us to present at their National Cybercrime Conference next month, Lisa said, reviewing our latest case files. They want us to share our methodology for identifying romance fraud networks that target professional information. Our professional partnership had evolved into something much deeper over the past few months. Lisa understood the technical complexity of my work in ways Rachel never had, and I appreciated her analytical approach to human behavior and criminal psychology. We'd started dating officially 3 months ago, though we'd been building toward it since the day we first met to discuss Trevor's activities. The contrast with my previous relationship was striking. Where Rachel had viewed my cybersecurity expertise as mundane technical work, Lisa found it fascinating and regularly incorporated my insights into her investigations. Where Rachel had been dismissive of my methodical approach to planning, Lisa appreciated the strategic thinking that went into building comprehensive security protocols. The Denver victim recovery case netted another $150,000, I reported, reviewing our quarterly results. That brings our total recovered assets to over $2.8 million this year. Our success wasn't just measured in financial recovery. We'd helped 43 fraud victims understand how they'd been targeted and manipulated, providing them with resources for both financial and emotional recovery. Many of our clients had become advocates who helped other victims recognize similar scams. Meanwhile, Trevor's criminal trial had concluded with a conviction on multiple federal charges. He'd been sentenced to 5 years in federal prison after pleading guilty to wire fraud, identity theft, conspiracy to commit cybercrime, and violations of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. The evidence Rachel's inadvertent cooperation had provided was crucial to securing convictions against 3 members of his criminal network. Marcus Williams wants to interview us for his new book about corporate espionage, Lisa mentioned, referring to the tech journalist whose initial investigation had exposed Trevor's fraud network. He says our case study about romance fraud targeting cybersecurity professionals is becoming required reading at FBI training programs. Rachel's life had taken a dramatically different trajectory. After being fired from her marketing position, she'd struggled to find equivalent work due to the confidentiality violations on her record. She'd eventually taken a retail job at a department store in Tempe, working for hourly wages that barely covered her basic expenses. Her sister Ashley had asked her to move out after learning about the identity theft attempts that had originated from Trevor's access to her apartment, leaving Rachel to find a small studio apartment she could barely afford. The civil lawsuits from Trevor's fraud victims had been more devastating than his criminal conviction. Rachel was named as a defendant in multiple cases because her social media posts had provided credibility to Trevor's fake business persona, helping him defraud additional victims after his Phoenix visit. While courts ultimately determined she'd been manipulated rather than complicit, the legal fees and settlements had consumed her savings and damaged her credit rating. She applied for a job here last month, Lisa told me one evening as we reviewed applications for a new administrative position. HR forwarded her resume with a note about the connection to our founding case. I read through Rachel's application materials, noting how she tried to position her experience with Trevor's fraud network as relevant qualifications for helping other victims. The irony was that she'd learned valuable lessons about manipulation and deception, but those lessons had come at the cost of enabling crimes against dozens of innocent people. What do you think? Lisa asked, though her expression suggested she already knew my answer. I think she needs to rebuild her life somewhere that isn't connected to the damage she helped cause, I replied. She's not a criminal, but she's also not someone I trust to work with vulnerable fraud victims. 6 months later, Lisa and I announced our engagement at the annual Phoenix Business Security Conference, where we were keynote speakers discussing the intersection of personal relationships and corporate cybersecurity. The engagement ring I'd originally bought for Rachel had long since been returned, replaced by something chosen specifically for Lisa that reflected our shared interests and values. Building security isn't just about technology, I told the audience of cybersecurity professionals and law enforcement officials. It's about understanding how criminals exploit human vulnerabilities to gain access to technical systems. Personal relationships are increasingly becoming attack vectors for sophisticated fraud networks. Our presentation concluded with case studies showing how romance fraud had evolved from simple financial scams into sophisticated operations targeting corporate networks and professional information. The Trevor case had become a textbook example of how criminals use intimate relationships to bypass traditional security measures. After the conference, Lisa and I drove to the same coffee shop in Scottsdale where we'd first met to investigate Trevor's background. Do you ever wonder what would have happened if Rachel hadn't fallen for Trevor's con? Lisa asked, sipping the same latte she'd ordered during our first meeting. I think about it sometimes, I admitted. But honestly, Trevor just revealed problems that already existed. Rachel was looking for reasons to be dissatisfied with what we'd built together. If it hadn't been Trevor, it would have been someone else eventually. Our success had proven that sometimes the worst betrayals lead to the best outcomes, not because the betrayal was deserved, but because surviving it reveals strengths and possibilities that might never have been discovered otherwise. Rachel had seen my stability and planning as limitations that held her back from something more exciting. Lisa saw those same qualities as strengths that enabled us to build something meaningful together. The difference wasn't in who I was, but in who was looking.
My girlfriend sneered. You work a 9 to 5, you can't afford my lifestyle. I replied, you're right. Then I let the lease expire on our luxury apartment and moved into my own place. Her calls from her mother's couch are relentless. I, 31 male, heard those words 2 months ago at a dinner party. My girlfriend Cassandra, 29, had been drinking wine with her influencer friends, talking about their next trip to some exclusive resort. When one of them asked if I was coming, Cassandra literally laughed. Please, she said, loud enough for everyone to hear. He works a 9 to 5, he can't afford my lifestyle. Everyone went quiet. I was sitting right there, having just paid for the $400 dinner tab. See, Cassandra and I had been together for 3 years. She's a lifestyle blogger with 15K followers who posts about luxury living, fashion hauls, and fancy restaurants. Her actual income from this? Maybe $600 a month from sporadic sponsorships. Meanwhile, I'm a data analyst making $85 a year. Not rich, but comfortable. The thing is, I'd been subsidizing her lifestyle the entire relationship. Our apartment, a 3,200-month high-rise with doorman and rooftop pool. My name on the lease, my credit check, my deposits. She transferred me $400 monthly as her half. She decided that amount. Her designer clothes, bought with the credit card I gave her for emergencies, that somehow became everyday use. Those restaurant posts? Guess who paid, so she could take aesthetic photos of food she barely touched. But hearing her diminish me to her friends while I literally funded her fantasy, that was it. You're absolutely right, I said calmly, standing up. I can't afford your lifestyle. She laughed nervously. Babe, I'm just joking around. No, you're not, I said. And that's okay, but you should probably know the lease expires in 8 weeks. Her face went pale. What do you mean? I mean, I won't be renewing it. You should probably start looking for a place you can afford on your own. Dead silence at the table. Her friend Bianca whispered, "Oh shit." Cassandra tried to play it off, but I could see the panic. She knew exactly what this meant. When we got home, she tried damage control. Said I was being dramatic, that I misunderstood, that she was just playing a character for her brand. I just nodded and said okay. Then went to bed in the guest room. The next day I started apartment hunting. Found a nice 1-bedroom in a normal building. $1,400 a month, no doorman, no rooftop pool, but clean and mine. Put down the deposit immediately. Cassandra spent the next few weeks alternating between love-bombing me and pretending nothing was wrong. She'd post Instagram stories of our apartment with captions like, "Blessed to live here, pa," while barely speaking to me. She hadn't looked for a single apartment. 3 weeks before the lease ended, I started packing. She finally realized I was serious. "Where am I supposed to go?" she demanded. "Wherever you can afford," I said, taping up another box. "This is financial abuse," she screamed. "You're trying to control me." "Cassandra, I'm literally removing myself from your life. That's the opposite of control." 2 weeks before the lease ended, she hadn't packed a single thing. I scheduled movers for my stuff only, canceled the credit card I'd given her, set up mail forwarding. She was at a brand event, translation, drinking free champagne at a store opening, when the movers came. She came home to a half-empty apartment. My desk, gone. My TV, gone. My coffee maker, gone. The furniture I'd bought, gone. All that remained was her ring light, her clothes, and the IKEA dresser she'd brought when she moved in. The meltdown was epic. 82 texts in 3 hours. Instagram stories about going through it and fake people. But here's the thing, she still hadn't found an apartment. Last day of the lease, I did the final walkthrough with property management, returned the keys, and got my security deposit. Cassandra was there, still in denial, begging the property manager to let her stay. He explained she wasn't on the lease and without me, she didn't qualify financially. The monthly rent was literally triple her provable income. She ended up moving back with her mother in the suburbs, 45 minutes from downtown. Her mom's house, a normal, middle-class home with no aesthetic appeal for Instagram. That was 5 weeks ago. Now, the calls are relentless. Update 1. The entitlement has reached astronomical levels. First, let me address the living situation. Yes, she's at her mom's house. Her childhood bedroom, the one with the butterfly wallpaper she's desperately trying to hide in photos. She's been creative with angles, using her ring light to make it look like a minimalist aesthetic, but her followers aren't stupid. The engagement on her posts has plummeted. The first week after move-out, she tried the guilt angle, called me crying about how I abandoned her, how we were building something together, how I owed her after 3 years. I reminded her that she literally told a room full of people I couldn't afford her lifestyle. She hung up. Then came the financial desperation. Remember that credit card I canceled? Turns out she had several subscriptions on it. Her gym membership, $200 a month for the luxury one with the spa, her beauty box subscriptions on $50 a month, her cloud storage for photos, $50 a month, Adobe Creative Suite, $60 a month. All declined. She had to cancel everything. She texted, "You're ruining my business. I need those tools." I replied, "Your business should be able to pay for its own tools." Radio silence. But the real entertainment started when she tried to maintain her lifestyle from her mom's house. She convinced some poor dude from a dating app to take her to a high-end steakhouse. Posted stories of the wine, the appetizers, the whole show. Then the guy apparently saw her get into her 2012 Honda Civic, her actual car, not the Mercedes she used to photograph with in our building's garage, and never called her again. Her mom, Gloria, called me last week. This woman had the nerve to say I was being cruel to her baby. Gloria, she's depressed, she won't eat, you destroyed her confidence. Me, Gloria, she told people I was too poor for her while I paid for everything. I just agreed with her assessment. You know that's not what she meant. What did she mean then? She was just maintaining her image. And now she can maintain it from your house. You're heartless, after everything she did for you. What exactly did she do for me? Silence. Then, she made you look good. A beautiful girl like her with someone like you. I actually laughed. Someone like me? You mean someone with a job and credit score? She hung up. Then Cassandra escalated. She started telling people I was abusive, that I'd kicked her out with no warning, that I'd stolen her belongings. The belongings in question? The furniture I bought, the TV I bought, the coffee maker I bought. She actually filed a police report for theft. The officer who called me sounded tired. I emailed him receipts for everything, all in my name, all my credit card. He called back, "Sir, there's no theft here. This is a civil matter at best, but honestly, she has no case." The best part? She tried to restart her lifestyle content from her mom's house. Posted a day in my life video. You could hear her mom's soap opera in the background. Someone's dog barking. The suburban reality she tried so hard to escape. Comments were brutal. "Girl, what happened to the penthouse? Is that your mom's kitchen?" The fall off is real. She deleted the video within hours. Yesterday she sent me a Venmo request for $3,200. Description: my half of last month's rent you owe me since I had to leave early. The delusion, the absolute delusion. I declined it with a note: you never paid half the rent, your contribution was $400. She immediately requested $400. I declined that too. Update 2. It's been 2.5 months since I told Cassandra I couldn't afford her lifestyle. The karma is so beautiful I almost feel bad. Almost. So after the Venmo incident, she went nuclear on TikTok. Made this whole series about leaving a toxic relationship and starting fresh. The problem? People have receipts. Someone found her old posts where she bragged about her investment banker boyfriend. I work in data analysis at a bank, but okay, and how he spoils her rotten. The comments destroyed her. So toxic he paid for everything? Starting fresh at your mom's house at 29? This the same man you called too poor for you? She dirty deleted everything, but then came the masterpiece of entitlement. She created a business proposal and sent it to me. Actual PDF, professional template and everything. The proposal? I would invest $10,000 in her lifestyle brand in exchange for 10% of future earnings. She included projections showing she'd make $500 within 2 years. Her current monthly earnings per her own documentation, $600. I forwarded it to my buddy who works in venture capital. His response? Is this satire? When I didn't respond to her proposal, she escalated. She got her friend Bianca to text me, then Bianca's boyfriend. Then some random influencer I'd never heard of who said I was sabotaging a fellow creative. They all had the same message. I was being petty. I should be the bigger person and help her get back on her feet. I asked each of them the same question. So you're going to invest in her business then? Crickets from everyone. The best part happened last week. I was at a coffee shop downtown, the one I always went to. Cassandra walked in with some guy. Older, expensive suit, wedding ring tan line fresh on his finger. She was in full performance mode, laughing too loud, touching his arm, doing that hair flip thing. She saw me and her whole demeanor changed. Dragged the guy over. "Oh my God, hi," she said, fake sweet. "This is Richard. Richard, this is my ex who I told you about." Richard looked uncomfortable, extended his hand. "Nice to meet you." "Richard is a partner at a law firm," she said pointedly. "He actually appreciates ambitious women." "That's great," I said, turning back to my laptop. "We're looking at apartments actually," she continued, "in that new luxury building on 5th. I said, not looking up. She stood there for another awkward moment before Richard tugged her away. They sat across the coffee shop. I watched her perform for him, taking selfies, giggling the whole show. Richard looked at his phone the entire time, clearly texting someone. Wife probably. 20 minutes later, Richard left. Alone. Cassandra sat there for another 5 minutes, then came back over. "That was really rude," she hissed. "What was? You could have played along, helped me out." "Helped you? Catfish a married man? He's separated. His wedding ring tan line says otherwise." She glared at me. "You know what? This is exactly why I said what I said. You have no ambition, no vision. You're just a boring 9-to-5 guy who'll never understand what it takes to build something." "Cassandra," I said calmly, "I built my entire life, by myself, with my boring 9-to-5. You're 29, living with your mother, trying to scam married men at coffee shops. Which one of us lacks vision?" She actually threw her latte at me. Missed. Hit some poor college kid's backpack. The barista kicked her out. Banned her. That was my favorite coffee shop, and she can't go back. Her mom called again that night, this time crying. Apparently Cassandra had a breakdown and told her family I was stalking her at coffee shops. I sent Gloria the security footage I requested from the manager. He was super cool about it. Shows Cassandra approaching me, not the other way around. Shows her throwing the drink. Gloria's response? You provoked her. By existing in public? You know what you did. Gloria, I'm gonna block your number now. Please tell Cassandra that any further contact will result in a restraining order. The coffee shop incident is documented. Then 2 days ago, the final blow to her lifestyle brand happened. One of those drama channels on YouTube did a deep dive on her. Someone had been screenshotting everything. Her old posts, the dinner party story, one of her friends leaked it, her TikToks, even found my original Reddit post somehow. The video was called The Fake Lifestyle Influencer Who Lost Everything. 2.3 million views in 48 hours. Her Instagram went private immediately. Then deleted. Her TikTok? Gone. Her lifestyle blog website now redirects to nothing. She texted me from a new number yesterday. I hope you're happy. You destroyed my life. I responded, you destroyed your own life. I just stopped financing it. Then I blocked that number too. Final update. It's been 4 months since the dinner party. This will be my last update because there's literally nothing left to update about. Cassandra's story has reached its natural conclusion. After the YouTube video went viral, she tried one last reinvention. Started a new Instagram as a mental health advocate, talking about surviving narcissistic abuse and rebuilding after trauma. Posted motivational quotes over sunset photos taken in her mom's backyard. Got about 200 followers, mostly bots. But the internet doesn't forget. Someone linked the YouTube expose in her comments. Her new followers Googled her. The account lasted exactly 9 days before she deleted it. According to a mutual acquaintance who still talks to Bianca, Cassandra got a job, a real one. Data entry at a dental office. $18 an hour. She has to be there at 8 a.m. every day. The irony of her doing data entry while calling my data analyst job boring isn't lost on me. Apparently, she lasted 3 weeks before having a meltdown about the toxic work environment. They asked her to stop taking selfies at her desk. She's now working at a department store. In the returns section, the girl who used to post about luxury hauls now processes other people's returns 8 hours a day. Her mom, Gloria, reached out through Facebook. I'd forgotten to block her there, with one final attempt. She wanted me to know that Cassandra was getting help, and maybe we could work things out when she's better. I responded, Gloria, your daughter needs to learn that actions have consequences. I wish her well, but I will never be an option for her again. Please don't contact me. She replied, you're going to regret this when she becomes successful. I didn't respond. Blocked. The funniest part? I ran into Richard, coffee shop guy, at a networking event last week. Turns out he knows my company's legal team. We chatted briefly. He mentioned a crazy girl who wouldn't stop DMing him after one coffee date, talking about moving in together in luxury apartments. Had to block her on everything. His wife saw the messages and wasn't pleased. Dodged a bullet there, he said. You have no idea, I replied. As for me, life is peaceful. My apartment is small, but mine. I cook my own meals instead of paying for overpriced restaurants where she'd photograph food she didn't eat. I'm saving money. Actually, went on a vacation last month. Nothing fancy, just hiking and camping with friends. Posted 0 photos about it. It was perfect. Started dating someone new, Heather. She's a teacher, drives a Toyota, and insisted on splitting our first dinner bill. When I offered to pay, she said, I have a job. I can afford my own pasta. I might be falling in love. The last I heard from Cassandra was through the retail grapevine. Apparently she had to move to an even smaller room at her mom's house because Gloria converted her bedroom into a craft room, tired of her daughter's temporary stay extending indefinitely. She's sleeping in what used to be Gloria's home office. 8 feet by 10 feet. No windows. From a luxury high-rise with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city to a windowless room in her mom's house. From influencer to retail returns. From he can't afford my lifestyle to would you like to apply for our store credit card? The best revenge really is just letting someone face the reality of who they are without you propping them up. Cassandra wanted a lifestyle. She got exactly what she could afford on her own. And me? The boring 9-to-5 guy? I'm doing just fine. Better than fine, actually. Turns out I could afford my lifestyle all along. Just not hers. Edit, since someone asked, yes, I kept all the documentation about the coffee shop incident and the harassment. Never needed to use it for a restraining order, but I have it if she ever tries to start anything again. Also, to the people saying I was too harsh, she literally threw a drink at me in public. That's assault. I could have pressed charges and didn't. I think I was more than fair.
I'm Rebecca Thompson, and I'm 28 years old. Christmas morning should have been one of the happiest days of my life, but instead it became the day my own mother cut me out of her world with 5 words that still echo in my nightmares. I had just announced I was pregnant with my first child, expecting joy, maybe some tears of happiness, certainly some excitement about becoming a grandmother. Instead, my mother looked me dead in the eye and said, "I don't want you or that bastard in this family. You're dead to me and out of the will." Just like that. No hesitation. No second thoughts. I sat there for exactly 3 seconds, processing what had just happened, then calmly reached into my purse and pulled out the carefully wrapped present I'd spent weeks preparing for her. I placed it on the coffee table, stood up with all the dignity I could muster, and walked out of that house forever. What my mother didn't know was that inside that innocent-looking Christmas box was something that would change everything between us. Where are you watching from today? Drop your location in the comments below and hit that like and subscribe button if you've ever felt completely betrayed by family during what should have been a celebration. You'll definitely want to stick around for what happened next. Let me take you back to how this whole mess started, because trust me, this story gets wild. 3 years ago, I was living what I thought was a pretty normal life. I worked as a registered nurse at St. Mary's Hospital, had my own apartment in downtown Portland, and was dating this guy named David Martinez. Now, David wasn't exactly what you'd call traditional boyfriend material. He was a tattoo artist, rode a motorcycle, had long hair, and came from a working-class Mexican-American family. My mother, Patricia Thompson, took one look at him and decided he was the devil incarnate. You have to understand something about my family. We're what you might politely call old Portland money. My grandfather built a successful lumber business back in the 1950s, and my mother has spent her entire life acting like we're royalty because of it. She belongs to the country club, hosts charity luncheons, and has very specific ideas about who people like us should associate with. In her mind, nurses were fine for other people's daughters, but I should have married a doctor by now and started producing well-bred grandchildren. David and I met at the hospital when he came in after a motorcycle accident. Nothing serious, just some road rash that needed cleaning up, but he was so calm and funny while I worked on him that I found myself looking forward to his follow-up appointments. When he finally asked me out, I said yes, without thinking twice. He was intelligent, kind, hardworking, and treated me like I actually mattered. After dating guys who saw me as arm candy or a stepping stone to my family's money, David's genuine interest in who I was as a person felt revolutionary. The first time I brought David home for Sunday dinner was exactly the disaster you'd expect. My mother spent the entire meal asking him pointed questions about his career prospects and long-term financial planning. My father, who usually stayed out of my dating life, kept making comments about how dangerous motorcycles were and whether David had considered more stable transportation options. Meanwhile, my younger brother Michael, who was 25 and still living in my parents' basement while finding himself, sat there smirking like he was watching a comedy show. David handled it all with incredible grace. He answered every question honestly, talked about his plans to open his own shop, and even complimented my mother's cooking. But I could see the calculation happening in her eyes. This wasn't the son-in-law she'd envisioned for her investment portfolio. I mean, her family. After David left, Mom cornered me in the kitchen while I was loading the dishwasher. "Rebecca, honey, I'm sure he's a nice enough person, but you have to think about your future. What kind of life can a tattoo artist really provide? What would our friends think? What about children's college funds and retirement planning?" I reminded her that I had my own career and could contribute to any future financial planning, but she waved that away like it was irrelevant. "Nursing is a lovely profession, dear, but it's not a lifestyle. You need a husband who can support you properly." The criticism became a constant background noise in our family interactions. Every phone call somehow circled back to David's shortcomings. Every family gathering included subtle digs about my phase and when I was going to settle down with someone appropriate. My brother Michael, who had never held a job for longer than 6 months and whose idea of ambition was reaching the next level in whatever video game he was obsessing over, somehow felt entitled to lecture me about David's lack of direction. The breaking point came when David proposed. He didn't do it at some fancy restaurant or make some grand gesture that would photograph well for social media. Instead, he proposed on a Tuesday evening while we were cooking dinner together in my apartment. He'd been telling me about his day, something funny that happened at the shop, and then suddenly got quiet and said, "Becca, I can't imagine my life without you in it. Will you marry me?" The ring wasn't huge or ridiculously expensive, but it was perfect. He'd designed it himself, incorporating elements that represented both of us. It was thoughtful, personal, and absolutely beautiful. I said yes immediately, not because I needed to think about it, but because I'd never been more certain of anything in my life. When I called my parents to share the news, you'd have thought I announced I was joining a cult. My mother went completely silent for about 10 seconds, then launched into a speech about how I was making a mistake I'd regret for the rest of my life. She actually used the phrase throwing away my potential as if my worth as a human being was somehow tied to the income bracket of my husband. My father was marginally more diplomatic, but not by much. He asked if we'd considered a long engagement to make sure this was really what I wanted. Even Michael got on the phone to share his wisdom about how marriage was a big step, and maybe I should date around more before settling down. This from a guy who hadn't had a girlfriend longer than 3 weeks since high school. But the real nuclear explosion came when we announced the pregnancy 6 months after the wedding. David and I had planned to wait a year or two, but sometimes life has other ideas. We were excited, maybe a little nervous about the timing, but genuinely thrilled about starting a family together. I decided to tell my parents in person, thinking maybe the reality of becoming grandparents would soften their attitude toward David. I was so naive. I actually thought this might be the moment they finally accepted him as part of the family. I mean, this was their first grandchild we were talking about. Surely that would matter more than their prejudices about his background. I should have known better. My mother's reaction to the pregnancy news was even worse than her response to the engagement. She didn't congratulate me. She didn't ask about due dates or baby names or whether I needed anything. Instead, she immediately started calculating how this would affect the family's reputation and whether people would think I had to get married. The fact that we'd been married for 6 months seemed irrelevant to her. In her mind, pregnancy meant scandal, especially when the father didn't meet her social standards. She actually suggested I should consider other options, which I shut down immediately. Have you ever experienced complete family rejection during what should have been a happy moment? Let me know in the comments, because I'm starting to think toxic families are more common than we admit. The months leading up to Christmas were increasingly tense. My mother made it clear that David wasn't welcome at family events, which meant I stopped attending them too. She'd call me occasionally to check in, but every conversation became an opportunity to criticize my choices and predict doom for my marriage. Meanwhile, Michael continued living in their basement, contributing absolutely nothing to society but somehow maintaining his position as the golden child who could do no wrong. The double standard was infuriating, but I'd learned to expect it. David's family, on the other hand, embraced me completely. His parents, Maria and Carlos, welcomed me into their home like I'd always belonged there. They were excited about the baby, constantly asking how I was feeling and whether we needed anything. His sister Rosa took me shopping for maternity clothes and baby supplies. They made me feel like family in a way my actual family never had. The contrast was stark and painful. Here were people who barely knew me treating me with more love and respect than I'd ever received from the people who were supposed to love me unconditionally. As Christmas approached, I made one last attempt to bridge the gap. I called my mother and asked if we could spend Christmas morning together as a family. I thought maybe the holiday spirit, combined with the fact that I was now obviously pregnant and glowing with happiness, might soften her heart. She agreed, but with conditions. David wasn't invited. This was to be a family-only celebration, and apparently my husband of 8 months didn't qualify as family. I almost declined, but something made me accept. Maybe I needed to see for myself just how far she was willing to take this rejection. I spent days preparing the perfect Christmas gift for her. Not just any gift, but something that would communicate everything I couldn't say out loud. Something that would make my position crystal clear, while maintaining the dignity she'd never shown me. Christmas morning arrived gray and drizzly. Typical Portland December weather. I drove to my childhood home with that carefully wrapped present on the passenger seat, my heart pounding with anticipation. This wasn't going to be a typical holiday exchange of sweaters and gift cards. This was going to be a reckoning. The house looked exactly the same as it had throughout my childhood. Perfectly decorated, perfectly landscaped, perfectly designed to impress the neighbors and maintain appearances. My mother answered the door wearing a designer Christmas sweater that probably cost more than most people's car payment. "Rebecca, dear, you look substantial," she said, eyeing my pregnant belly with something that wasn't quite approval. "Come in. Michael and your father are in the living room." The family room was decorated like something from a magazine spread. Every surface gleamed, every ornament placed with mathematical precision. My father sat in his usual chair, reading the financial section of the newspaper. Michael sprawled on the couch in his pajamas, playing games on his phone despite being 25 years old. Neither of them looked up when I entered. We exchanged pleasantries for a few minutes. Well, I attempted pleasantries while they provided minimal responses. My mother asked perfunctory questions about my health, but showed no interest in the answers. My father grunted occasionally. Michael ignored me entirely. Finally, I decided it was time to make my announcement. I'd practiced this moment, imagined how their faces would change when they realized they were going to be grandparents and grandfather respectively. I pictured my mother softening, maybe even tearing up a little. I imagined my father putting down his newspaper and actually looking at me for the first time in months. "I have something to tell you," I said, sitting up straighter. "David and I are expecting our first child. You're going to be grandparents." The silence that followed was deafening. My father's newspaper crinkled as his hands tightened around it. Michael finally looked up from his phone, but only to smirk. And my mother's face went through a series of expressions that I'll never forget. Surprise, calculation, disgust, and finally cold fury. "I don't want you or that bastard in this family," she said, her voice perfectly calm and controlled. "You're dead to me, and out of the will." Those words hit me like a physical blow. Not because I cared about the money, though that stung too, but because of the finality in her voice. This wasn't anger or disappointment. This was complete rejection of me and my unborn child. For a moment, the room felt frozen in time. My father continued hiding behind his newspaper, refusing to meet my eyes. Michael went back to his phone as if nothing important had happened. And my mother sat there looking satisfied, like she'd finally solved a problem that had been bothering her. But here's the thing about being rejected so completely. It clarifies everything. All those years of trying to please her, trying to fit into her vision of who I should be, trying to earn her approval, suddenly seemed pointless. She'd made her choice, and now I was free to make mine. I reached into my purse and pulled out our Christmas present. I'd wrapped it in beautiful paper, tied it with an expensive ribbon, made it look like the perfect gift from the perfect daughter. I placed it carefully on the coffee table in front of her. "This is for you," I said quietly. "Merry Christmas, Mother." Then I stood up, smoothed down my maternity dress, and walked toward the door. Behind me, I heard my mother's voice, suddenly uncertain. "Rebecca, don't be dramatic. We can discuss this like adults." But I was done discussing anything with people who had already made up their minds about me. I walked out of that house knowing I would never return as their daughter, begging for acceptance. When I came back, it would be on my terms. What I didn't see, but heard about later, was what happened when she opened that box. According to Michael, who called me 3 hours later in a panic, my mother started screaming the moment she lifted the lid. She screamed so loud that the neighbors called the police thinking someone was being murdered. Inside that beautiful Christmas box was a single ultrasound photo of her grandchild, and a handwritten note that read, "This is the grandchild you'll never know. Merry Christmas from the family you rejected." The screaming continued for nearly 20 minutes. The phone call from Michael came exactly 3 hours and 14 minutes after I walked out of that house. I was sitting in my car in the hospital parking lot trying to process what had just happened when my phone rang. His voice was shaky, almost panicked, which was unusual for someone who normally couldn't be bothered to show emotion about anything. "Rebecca, what the hell did you put in that box?" he asked without even saying hello. "Mom's been screaming for 20 minutes straight. Dad called 911 because he thought she was having a heart attack. The neighbors are all outside trying to figure out what's going on. She won't stop saying the baby over and over again." I felt a cold satisfaction settling in my chest. I put exactly what she deserved. Michael. A reminder of what her choices cost her. What does that even mean? She's completely losing it. Dad's trying to get her to take one of her anxiety pills, but she won't listen to anyone. She keeps staring at this ultrasound picture and crying. I've never seen her like this. Maybe she should have thought about that before she decided to cut her pregnant daughter out of the family, I replied calmly. "Did you think there wouldn't be consequences for treating people like garbage?" There was silence on the other end, then Michael's voice came back smaller, uncertain. "Look, I know things got heated in there, but maybe if you came back and talked to her when she calms down." I almost laughed. Almost. "Michael, she didn't get heated. She didn't say something in anger that she'll regret later. She looked me in the eye and told me I was dead to her. She told me my unborn child was a bastard. That's not something you take back with an apology and a family dinner." "But your family," he said weakly, and I could hear how hollow those words sounded even to him. "No, I was family. Now I'm just the daughter who finally stopped pretending that love should hurt this much." I ended the call and turned off my phone. What do you think will happen next? Will Rebecca's mother try to fix things? Or will this family split become permanent? Drop your predictions in the comments below. David found me 2 hours later, still sitting in that parking lot. He didn't ask questions, just got in the passenger seat and held my hand while I told him everything that had happened. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment. "I'm sorry," he said finally. "I'm sorry that my existence in your life cost you your family." That's when I started crying. Not for my mother's rejection or my father's cowardice or Michael's indifference, but because this amazing man was apologizing for something that wasn't his fault. Don't you dare blame yourself for their bigotry. I managed through the tears. You didn't cost me my family. They chose to throw me away rather than accept that I found someone who actually loves me. The next few weeks were a blur of pregnancy symptoms and emotional processing. I was now 15 weeks along, starting to show clearly, and dealing with morning sickness that seemed to think it could happen at any time of day. David was incredible through all of it, bringing me saltines and ginger ale, holding my hair when I was sick, and somehow managing to make me laugh even when I felt terrible. His family stepped up in ways that constantly amazed me. Maria, his mother, started calling me every few days just to check in, not to pry or criticize, but to genuinely ask how I was feeling and if I needed anything. Carlos, his father, spent a weekend building a crib in their garage, insisting it was practice for when he built one for our house. Rosa dragged me shopping for baby clothes, gleefully buying tiny outfits in every color except blue or pink because we'd decided to wait to find out the gender. The contrast with my biological family was stark and painful. No calls, no texts, no acknowledgement that I existed. It was like I'd been erased from their lives as completely as they'd been erased from mine. 3 weeks after Christmas, my mother made her first attempt at contact. Not to me directly, of course, because that would require admitting she might have been wrong. Instead, she called my best friend Sarah, who I'd known since nursing school. "Your mother wants me to tell you that she's worried about you," Sarah reported during our weekly coffee date. "She says she's concerned about your health and the baby's health, and she thinks you're making decisions based on hormones rather than logic." I nearly choked on my latte. She's concerned about the baby's health? The same baby she called a bastard and said she never wanted to meet? "I'm just telling you what she said," Sarah replied carefully. She also mentioned something about family therapy. She thinks maybe if you all sat down with a professional... "Sarah, I love you, but I need you to understand something. This isn't a misunderstanding that can be fixed with therapy. She didn't accidentally hurt my feelings. She made a deliberate choice to reject me and my child based on her prejudices about my husband. There's nothing to work through except her own bigotry." "But she's your mother," Sarah said, falling back on the same argument everyone seemed to think was magical. "Being someone's mother doesn't give you the right to treat them terribly and expect forgiveness," I replied. "Being someone's mother means you're supposed to love them unconditionally, not set conditions they have to meet to earn your acceptance." My pregnancy progressed beautifully despite the family drama. At 20 weeks, David and I found out we were having a daughter. We cried together in that ultrasound room, staring at the screen showing our tiny girl sucking her thumb. David immediately started talking to my belly, telling our daughter about all the places he wanted to take her and all the things he wanted to teach her. That night, lying in bed with his hand on my growing bump, I felt something I hadn't expected. Relief. This little girl would grow up knowing she was wanted and loved exactly as she was. She'd never have to earn acceptance or meet impossible standards to be worthy of her parents' love. She'd have David's warmth and creativity and my determination and independence. Most importantly, she'd have both of us, united and committed to giving her everything we'd never had. The birth was intense but uncomplicated. Lily Rose Martinez Thompson arrived 3 days before her due date, weighing 7 pounds and 2 ounces, with her father's dark hair and what looked like my stubborn chin. David cried when they placed her on my chest. I cried when she wrapped her tiny fingers around his thumb. Even the nurses were tearing up at how completely smitten he was with his daughter. The first few months of Lily's life were exhausting and magical in equal measure. David threw himself into fatherhood with the same passion he brought to everything else. He learned to change diapers with the precision of a surgeon, figured out how to make bottles one-handed while holding a fussy baby, and somehow managed to function on 3 hours of sleep while still working full-time to support us. I took my full maternity leave, something I'd never imagined I'd be able to afford. But David's tattoo shop had taken off beyond our wildest expectations. Turns out having an artist who actually listened to what clients wanted and created custom work instead of just copying flash sheets was revolutionary in Portland's saturated tattoo market. He'd been featured in a local magazine and had a waiting list stretching 3 months out. During those quiet middle-of-the-night feedings, I found myself thinking about my parents and Michael. Not with anger anymore, but with something closer to pity. They were missing this incredible little person who smiled at everyone she met. who had David's infectious laugh, who was already showing signs of being as stubborn as her mother. Their prejudice was costing them the chance to know their granddaughter, and that was their loss, not ours. When Lily was 4 months old, my mother made another attempt at contact. This time she called my workplace, somehow tracked down my supervisor, and tried to convince her that I was having postpartum mental health issues and needed family intervention. My supervisor, Dr. Jennifer Walsh, was not impressed. "Your mother seems to think you're unstable and making poor decisions about your child," Dr. Walsh told me when I returned to work part-time. I told her that as far as I could see, you were one of the most level-headed new mothers I'd ever worked with, and if she was genuinely concerned about your welfare, she should try talking to you directly instead of going behind your back. "What did she say to that?" I asked, though I could guess. "She hung up on me," Dr. Walsh replied with a slight smile. "For what it's worth, Rebecca, I've worked with hundreds of new mothers, and you're handling everything beautifully. That little girl is lucky to have you as her mom." I was promoted to charge nurse 6 months later, partly because I'd earned it through years of excellent work, but also because my experience juggling motherhood and nursing had somehow made me even better at managing the chaos of a busy hospital floor. The raise meant David and I could start looking at houses instead of renting our small apartment. Everything changed the day Michael showed up at our new house unannounced. Lily was 8 months old, crawling everywhere and getting into everything, when I heard the doorbell ring. David was at work, and I was on my day off, so I answered the door with Lily on my hip. Michael looked terrible. Thinner than I'd ever seen him, stubble covering his usually clean-shaven face, wearing clothes that looked like he'd slept in them. But what shocked me most was the expression on his face when he saw Lily, pure wonder, followed immediately by something that looked like grief. "Oh my God," he whispered. "She's beautiful. She looks just like you did when you were a baby." I didn't invite him in, but I didn't slam the door either. "What do you want, Michael?" "I need to tell you something," he said, not taking his eyes off Lily, who was staring at him with curious baby intensity. "About Mom and Dad, about what's been happening since you left. If this is some attempt to guilt me into reconciling—" "No," he said quickly. "It's not that. Rebecca, they're getting divorced." That stopped me cold. My parents had been married for 32 years. They'd built their entire identity around being the perfect couple with the perfect life. "What are you talking about? It started right after Christmas. Dad couldn't handle how Mom treated you. He kept saying she'd gone too far, that cutting off a pregnant daughter was unforgivable. They started fighting constantly. Mom insisted she was protecting the family reputation. Dad said she was destroying the family. It got ugly fast." Michael shifted his weight, looking uncomfortable. "Then Dad found out about the money." "What money?" "The money Mom's been giving me for the past 2 years. Thousands of dollars, Rebecca. Money she told Dad was for household expenses or charity donations. Turns out she'd been funding my entire lifestyle while lecturing everyone else about responsibility and financial planning." I felt the pieces clicking into place. "How much money, Michael?" $43,000, he said quietly. "She's been paying my rent, my car payment, my credit cards, everything, while you were working double shifts to pay for nursing school, and Dad was budgeting every expense to the penny." The rest of the story came out slowly, painfully. My father had discovered my mother's secret financial support of Michael during the divorce proceedings. She'd been systematically lying to him for years about their expenses, all while maintaining her facade of disappointment in her children's life choices. The irony was devastating. She'd rejected me for marrying someone she deemed financially unsuitable while secretly bankrolling Michael's complete failure to launch. "Dad moved out 3 weeks ago," Michael continued. "He's living in a condo downtown. Mom's rattling around that big house by herself, and she's—" He paused, searching for words. "She's what?" "She's obsessed with you and Lily. She's hired a private investigator to get photos of you. She knows about your promotion, about the house, about David's business success. She has this whole scrapbook of pictures and newspaper clippings about both of you. It's honestly creepy." I looked down at Lily, who had fallen asleep in my arms during this conversation. This beautiful, innocent little girl was being stalked by her own grandmother because of choices I'd made to protect her from toxic people. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked Michael. "Because I realized something when I saw her just now," he said, his voice breaking slightly. "I've been living off Mom's money for 2 years while judging you for your life choices. You left home, built a career, found someone who loves you, created this beautiful family, and I've been sitting in their basement playing video games and cashing checks. You were right to cut us off, Rebecca. We were toxic. What do you want from me, Michael? Forgiveness? Permission to feel better about yourself? I want to know if there's any way I can be part of Lily's life," he said quietly. "I want to be the uncle she deserves, not the disappointment I've been as a brother." I'm getting my own apartment next week. I found a job. I'm finally growing up, and I'd like to do it with some connection to my family that doesn't involve lies and manipulation. I studied my brother's face, looking for signs of the manipulation I'd grown up with. Instead, I saw genuine remorse and something I'd never seen from him before. Accountability. You can start by respecting my boundaries, I said finally. No information goes back to Mom. No updates about Lily, no photos, no stories about our lives. If you want to be part of this family, it's completely separate from them. Understood, he said immediately. And you prove you've changed through actions, not words. One mistake, one betrayal, one attempt to manipulate me back into that dysfunction, and you're done. Forever. I understand, he replied. Rebecca, I know I can't undo the damage, but I want to try to be better. 6 months later, Michael had kept every promise he'd made. He'd moved into his own place, gotten a steady job, and slowly begun building a genuine relationship with David and me. He was awkward with Lily at first, but she seemed to bring out something good in him. Watching him on the floor, teaching her to stack blocks, I saw glimpses of the brother I'd hoped for but never had. My parents' divorce was finalized that spring. According to Michael, my mother had to sell the family home to pay the settlement. My father reached out once through a lawyer, asking if he could establish some kind of relationship with his granddaughter. I considered it carefully, then declined. Too much damage had been done, and I wasn't willing to risk Lily's well-being for his regrets. As for my mother's obsession with tracking our lives, I handled that with a restraining order and a very clear message delivered through my attorney. The stalking stopped immediately. David and I renewed our vows on Lily's first birthday, surrounded by his family, Michael, and the friends who had supported us through everything. As we promised to continue choosing each other every day, I looked out at our small but genuine gathering and felt complete. The little girl who once screamed for 20 minutes about a grandchild she'd never known now had a family who would never question her worth. And sometimes, that's exactly the Christmas miracle you didn't know you needed. If this story resonated with you, make sure to like and subscribe for more stories about finding your real family when your biological one fails you. Remember that choosing yourself isn't selfish. It's survival.
My brother's fiancée asked us to pay $3,000 and sign an NDA to attend their wedding, so I refused, then watched their dream day fall apart. I'm a 25-year-old guy named Michael, and a few weeks ago I got a save-the-date card in the mail for my brother Jake's wedding. He's 28, and I won't lie, I was happy for him. We've always been close. At least we were until he started dating Emily. I tried to get along with her, but something about her always felt off. She has this way of talking over people, making decisions for Jake, and generally acting like she's in charge of everything. I figured it was just her personality, but over time, it started to affect our family. Jake and I used to hang out all the time, but once he got serious with Emily, he became harder to reach. It was like she had a say in when and how he could see people. Even when we did meet up, she was either there or texting him constantly. My parents noticed it too, but they chalked it up to relationship stuff. So, when I heard they were engaged, I was happy for him, but I also had a sinking feeling that things were only going to get worse. Then the actual wedding invitation came, and that's when everything started going off the rails. First, it wasn't just an invitation, it was basically a contract. The wedding was going to be a destination event at a luxury resort in Italy, a beautiful place, sure, but the catch was that every guest had to pay their own way. And it wasn't just flights and hotels. They had a whole wedding experience package that cost over $3,000 per person. It included things like a welcome dinner, a spa day with the bridal party, mandatory for bridesmaids, a yacht excursion, and a private farewell brunch. And of course, attendance at all these events was required. I assumed it was a suggestion, but the wording was clear. If you didn't pay for the full experience, you weren't invited to the ceremony. I thought my parents would be just as shocked as I was, but they were surprisingly calm about it. My mom said it was a lot, but it was Jake's big day, and they wanted to be supportive. My dad just muttered something about how weddings are getting ridiculous these days, but even they weren't totally against it. Extended family, though? Different story. As soon as the invitations started going out, our family group chat blew up. Some cousins and aunts were already saying they wouldn't go because of the cost. Then I saw the part that made my jaw drop. The NDA. Buried in the invitation was a section that said all guests had to sign a non-disclosure agreement to attend. Apparently, Emily had gotten the idea from another influencer's wedding, a high-profile event where guests weren't allowed to post anything that wasn't pre-approved. She had convinced herself that their wedding needed the same level of exclusivity, even though no one attending was actually famous. The NDA specifically said guests weren't allowed to post anything online, discuss any issues about the wedding, or mention the costs at all. Violating the NDA, it warned, could result in legal action. At first, I thought this was a joke, but nope, it was real. Jake confirmed it when I asked him. He said it was just a precaution, and that Emily was really serious about protecting her brand. I asked if he was okay with this, and he just shrugged, saying it was what Emily wanted. The more I read the invite, the worse it got. Bridesmaids had to wear custom dresses from a specific designer, which they had to buy themselves, and the groomsmen had their own strict dress code. The itinerary was packed with pre-wedding events, and none of them were optional. The family group chat turned into a war zone. Some of my cousins flat out refused to go. My uncle called it the most entitled thing he'd ever seen. A few relatives were trying to keep the peace, but it was obvious that a lot of people were backing out. My parents weren't happy about the drama but still wanted to go. My mom asked me to just sign the NDA and go for Jake's sake, but I couldn't get past how ridiculous it all was. It wasn't just about the money, it was the control, the way Emily was dictating every detail, even what people could say about the wedding. It was too much. I sat with it for a few days debating whether to go, but in the end I decided I couldn't do it. I called Jake and told him I wasn't coming. He didn't take it well. At first he just sounded disappointed. Then he asked if I could at least reconsider. I told him I loved him, but I wasn't comfortable with everything they were asking. He got quiet for a long time before finally saying, "Okay, if that's how you feel." But even as he said it, I could tell it wasn't over. He wasn't arguing yet, but I knew my brother, and I could hear the hesitation in his voice. An hour later, I got a text from Emily. It was long, passive-aggressive, and full of guilt-tripping. She said she was heartbroken that I was making this about myself instead of supporting my brother. She said it wasn't that hard to just sign a piece of paper and show up, then ended it with, "I hope one day you understand what it means to truly support family." I left her on read. More relatives started dropping out, and the group chat exploded again. Someone sent a screenshot of a bridesmaid backing out because of the costs. Another cousin said they weren't signing an NDA for any wedding. A few family members were still going, but it was obvious that a lot of people were over it. My mom called again, saying Jake was upset. She asked if I could just go to keep the peace. I told her I had made my decision. She sighed, but didn't push it. Jake hasn't texted me since. I have no idea if he's actually mad or if Emily just told him to ignore me. Either way, I have a bad feeling that this is only the beginning. The morning after I told Jake I wasn't coming to the wedding, I woke up to a missed call from him, then another, and another. A few minutes later, my phone buzzed again, this time a long text. He was hurt, disappointed, and asking if I would reconsider. He didn't understand why I was making such a big deal out of it. He said it was just an NDA, and that he and Emily had put so much effort into planning this wedding. He wanted me there. Before I could even think of how to respond, another message popped up. This one was from Emily. It was long and passive-aggressive. She talked about how she'd welcomed me into her life, how she thought I was better than this, and how she never expected me to be the kind of person who abandons family over something so small. She said the NDA was just a formality, that plenty of people signed contracts for events, and that it was unfair that I was making Jake suffer just because I didn't like the rules. She ended it by saying that she was so disappointed, but that she hoped I would rethink my priorities before it's too late. I put my phone down. Before I even had time to process all that, my parents called. My mom sounded tired, like she had been up all night thinking about this. She told me that Jake was really upset and that the wedding was a huge deal for him. My dad wasn't saying much in the background, but I could tell he wasn't thrilled about the drama either. My mom asked me to just sign the NDA and come to the wedding for Jake's sake. I told her I wasn't going. Silence, then a sigh. She didn't argue, but I could hear the disappointment in her voice. By midday, the family group chat had turned into a disaster zone. More people were backing out. A cousin posted a message saying they loved Jake, but they weren't spending thousands of dollars on a trip just to follow a bunch of strict rules. Someone else chimed in, saying they didn't appreciate being told what they could and couldn't post online. One of my aunts, who is usually the peacekeeper, tried to calm everyone down, but it wasn't working. The chat kept blowing up. Then Emily joined in. She sent a long, angry message about how this was supposed to be the happiest time of her and Jake's lives, and how it was disgusting that people were making it about themselves. She accused certain family members, no names, but it was clear she was talking about me, of starting drama and ruining their special moment. She ended it by saying that real family supports each other no matter what. More people left the chat. Jake called again that night. This time, he wasn't just disappointed. He sounded exhausted. He told me that Emily was beyond stressed, and all this drama was only making it worse. He didn't get why I was making this so difficult. He asked if I could just sign the NDA and come. For him, not for Emily. I told him no. The call ended shortly after that. By the next morning, even more guests had dropped out. A cousin sent me a message saying she had privately told Jake she wasn't coming either. Apparently, he didn't take it well. People were backing out left and right, and it was starting to get to him. At that point, I was frustrated, so I did something I don't normally do. I vented on Reddit. I didn't use real names or locations, but I laid out the situation, the expensive wedding, the NDA, the fallout with Jake. I hit post and didn't think much of it. Then it blew up. By that evening, the post had thousands of upvotes. People were commenting non-stop, calling the NDA ridiculous and saying Emily sounded controlling. Some said I should be glad I wasn't going. Others called the whole wedding a cash grab. There were even a few people who shared similar experiences, weddings with insane demands, Godzillas who pushed family away. Then the private messages started rolling in. A few distant relatives I hadn't talked to in years reached out. Some had seen the post, some had just heard about the drama through the family. They all had the same thing to say. This whole wedding was out of control, and they were glad someone was standing their ground. But Emily wasn't done. That night, she sent another message. This time, she wasn't pretending to be nice. She accused me of always being against her, of never supporting Jake, of trying to tear them apart. She said I had no idea what it was like to plan a wedding of this scale, and that I was being selfish by refusing to just go along with it. I ignored it. Then my mom called again. She told me Jake had stopped responding to her texts. He wasn't talking to her, my dad, or anyone else who had backed out. She sounded worried. Later, one of my uncles, one of the few people who had actually RSVP'd yes, called me. He said I did the right thing, that this whole thing was a mess, and that Jake was probably too deep into it to see how bad it was. Jake still hadn't replied to my last message. I didn't know if this was going to blow over, or if I had just lost my brother over a wedding, but one thing was clear. This was far from over. A few days after things went from bad to worse, more people started dropping out of Jake and Emily's wedding. At first, it was just a few cousins and distant relatives. Then one of Emily's bridesmaids backed out. She had originally agreed to be part of the bridal party, but couldn't justify the cost anymore. That seemed to open the floodgates. By the end of the week, the guest list had shrunk dramatically. The family group chat was practically dead, except for the occasional message from my mom, asking people to just do what's best for Jake. A few people still planned to go, but it was clear that the wedding wasn't going to be the grand, over-the-top event Emily had envisioned. Then my mom called again. Jake wasn't doing well. He had stopped talking to a lot of people, including some of our relatives who had always been supportive of him. My mom was worried. She said he seemed stressed and had even mentioned canceling the wedding. I asked if he was serious or if it was just something he said in frustration, but she wasn't sure. Then, later that night, I got a message from a cousin. It was a screenshot of a conversation in a private wedding group chat. Emily was losing it. In the messages, she was going off about how certain people, me, had ruined everything. She was furious that so many guests were dropping out, and even angrier that people weren't taking her wedding seriously. Then she said something that made my stomach drop. If people aren't going to support us, then maybe there's no point in having this wedding at all. I didn't even have time to process that before I got a message from Jake. It was long. He was desperate. He said Emily was rethinking the entire wedding because of how many people were backing out. He begged me to reconsider, saying that if I showed up, it might make other people change their minds too. He said he didn't want to lose more people, that it was tearing Emily apart, and that she was devastated. I asked if she would drop the NDA if that was the issue. I'd come. Silence. A few minutes later, he replied, Emily refused to drop the NDA. That was it for me. I told him my stance hadn't changed. If she wasn't willing to compromise, then neither was I. A few hours later, another cousin sent me more screenshots from the wedding chat. Emily had trashed me again, saying I had always hated her and had never supported Jake's happiness. She even hinted that I was jealous of their relationship. At that point, I couldn't stay silent. I called Jake. I asked if he had seen what Emily was saying about me. He had, and he still defended her. He said she was just venting and that she was under a lot of stress. I told him it wasn't just about me anymore. She was bad-mouthing half the family at this point. He had no response. Then my dad pulled me aside later that night. He told me he thought the whole thing was ridiculous too, but he didn't want to take sides. He just wanted Jake to be happy, even if it meant going along with Emily's insane demands. Meanwhile, Emily was unraveling. At first, she kept up the act, playing it cool, pretending it didn't bother her. But as more guests backed out, the cracks started to show. A cousin who was originally supposed to be one of her bridesmaids told me that Emily had snapped when another guest backed out. At first she was just venting, But then she got frustrated, accusing people of sabotaging her wedding. What started as a few harsh words turned into a full-on breakdown, crying, pacing, and blaming everyone but herself. She even accused Jake's family of trying to sabotage the wedding. It wasn't just the guests backing out either. The vendors started dropping too. A florist backed out, claiming there were payment issues. Then a caterer allegedly canceled because Emily's family was late on payments. At this point, even the guests who were still planning to go started questioning if this wedding was even happening. Then, in a last-ditch effort, Jake messaged me again. He offered to pay for everything, my flights, my hotel, my entire wedding experience package. He just wanted me there. But the NDA still stood. I refused. He told me I was going to regret this, that this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, and that I'd be missing out on one of the most important days of his life. Then Emily blocked me. I checked Instagram later that night, and I was completely blocked from her account. No mutual friends, no wedding updates, nothing. I wasn't even surprised at that point. The family was still divided. Some people thought I should just suck it up and go for Jake's sake. Others told me I was absolutely doing the right thing. The group chat was dead. My parents were stressed, and Jake was barely talking to anyone. Then the rumor started. A cousin called me, saying they had heard from someone close to Emily that the wedding was either going to be downsized or postponed. They couldn't afford the original plan anymore, and with so many guests backing out, it was no longer the dream wedding Emily wanted. I haven't heard from Jake since. At this point, I have no idea what's going to happen, but if Emily is really reconsidering the wedding, then maybe, just maybe, Jake is starting to see the cracks too. A week after everything started falling apart, a cousin who had backed out of the wedding called me. He had some serious tea. Apparently, at one of Emily's last remaining bridal events, she lost it in front of a few of the bridesmaids. She wasn't just upset, she was furious about the guest list shrinking. She started ranting about how if people didn't want to support their love, then maybe she and Jake should just elope instead. The cousin who overheard it wasn't sure if she was serious or just trying to make a point, but either way, it wasn't a great sign. Then, 2 days later, I got another call, this time from my mom. Jake wasn't doing well. He had a full-on meltdown in front of my parents. He told them he felt trapped. He wanted this wedding to go smoothly, but with so many people backing out, Emily had been putting all the pressure on him. He felt like he was caught in the middle, trying to please her while watching his family pull away. For the first time, my mom admitted she thought Emily was being unreasonable. Up until now, she had been trying to keep the peace, but after seeing Jake like that, she finally saw how much stress this whole situation was putting on him. Then the rumors started flying. One of my aunts who was still invited heard from another guest that Emily was thinking about canceling the wedding altogether. Apparently, she had told one of her friends that if enough people weren't going to be there, then it wasn't worth having the wedding at all. It wasn't just guests dropping either. More vendors started bailing. First, the venue had issues with late payments from Emily's family. Then another caterer pulled out. It was like a domino effect. One thing after another kept going wrong. That's when my parents finally decided to step in. My dad sat Jake down and tried to talk to him about the situation. He didn't push too hard, but he made it clear that he was worried about how much control Emily had over everything. My mom, now fully on board with this wedding is a disaster mindset, told Jake that if things were this hard before the marriage even started, maybe he should take a step back and think about what he was getting into. I wasn't involved in that conversation, but I heard about it later, and apparently for the first time, Jake actually listened. Meanwhile, Emily was still trying to salvage what was left. She sent out a massive email to the remaining guests. It was basically a long, dramatic guilt trip about how important this wedding was, and how she and Jake had worked so hard to plan the perfect day. She wrote about how they were so hurt by the people who backed out, and how they hoped that the people who truly cared about them would still show up. I stayed out of it. I wasn't going to argue with her or try to convince Jake of anything. At this point, he had all the information he needed. Then, out of nowhere, Jake called me. It had been a while since we talked, and this time, he sounded different. He told me that, for the first time, he was starting to feel like maybe something was wrong. He didn't say much, but I could tell he was really conflicted. Then the final blow, Emily gave him an ultimatum. She told him that if he couldn't fully commit to her, meaning choosing her over his family, then they needed to rethink everything. Jake didn't respond right away. Instead, he sat with it, thought about everything. Days passed, and for the first time, he started admitting things to himself, how he felt trapped, how he had ignored the warning signs, how Emily's demands had worn him down. And then, finally, he made his decision. He called off the wedding. It wasn't a dramatic moment. There was no big fight, no screaming match. He just walked away. Emily lost her mind. She started publicly trashing Jake and our family. She made vague but obvious social media posts about how she had wasted years on someone who didn't deserve her. She hinted that Jake had betrayed her and that she had been surrounded by toxic people the whole time. Then she moved out. Jake left their shared apartment and went to stay with our parents. He didn't say much, just that he needed time to figure things out. At this point, the wedding that was supposed to be the event of the year was officially dead. No one was talking about the NDA anymore. No one was booking flights or planning outfits. It was over. I still don't know what's next for Jake, but for the first time in years, it feels like I have my brother back. 2 days after Jake called off the wedding, I got a simple text from him. It's officially canceled. That was it. No long explanation, no details, just 3 words. The first thing I did was check social media. Emily hadn't said anything yet, but I knew that wouldn't last long. Sure enough, by the end of the day, she had started posting vague, passive-aggressive messages. Sometimes you think you know someone, and then they show. Their true colors. Toxic people will always try to bring you down when they see you shining. At least I know who was really on my side all along. It didn't take a genius to figure out who she was talking about. The comments section was full of her followers hyping her up, telling her she deserved better, that she was too good for him anyway. A few mutual acquaintances liked the posts, but most people stayed quiet. Meanwhile, my parents, while still technically sad that the wedding didn't happen, were also relieved. My mom finally admitted that she had been worried about how controlling Emily was. My dad, usually the quiet one, just muttered something about how it was never going to work anyway. Then word started spreading that Emily's family was furious. I heard from a cousin that her parents were livid about all the money they had spent on wedding preparations. They had put down deposits, booked vendors, and even started paying for certain exclusive add-ons Emily wanted, and now it was all gone. Then the vendors started demanding final payments. The florist and the caterer, who had already backed out before the wedding even got canceled, were still owed money. Emily's parents had made partial payments, but had been dragging their feet on the final invoices. Now that the wedding was canceled, they were trying to claim that they shouldn't have to pay the remaining balance, but the contract said otherwise. Vendors started sending legal notices, demanding payment. One even threatened to take them to small claims court if they didn't settle their bill. Jake, meanwhile, moved back home. He didn't say much at first, just that he needed some space to figure things out. He looked exhausted, like he hadn't slept in days. My parents gave him room to breathe, but I could tell they were happy to have him back. Then, for the first time in years, Jake finally opened up. It started small, a comment here, a passing remark there. Then, one night, he just started talking. He told me how, for the longest time, he had convinced himself that Emily was just strong-willed, that she wasn't controlling, she just knew what she wanted. But the more he talked, the more it became clear, she never really listened to him at all. She planned the wedding without him. He had barely been consulted on the big decisions, where it would be, how long the trip was, who was invited. He hadn't even wanted a destination wedding in Italy. He just went along with it because it was easier than arguing. Then a cousin who was supposed to be in the bridal party spilled some more wedding secrets. Apparently, Emily had made a list of people she didn't want at the wedding, including some of Jake's childhood friends and even a couple of family members. She never told Jake, she just quietly didn't invite them and assumed he wouldn't notice. It was like, with every new thing Jake learned, he saw more and more of the red flags that had been there all along. Then Emily went nuclear. She started telling people that Jake owed her compensation for wasting her time. She told mutual friends that she had spent years building a future with him, and now he was just throwing it all away. She even hinted that he should pay her back for all the money her family had spent on the wedding. Then she started privately messaging some of our relatives. She told them that Jake had betrayed her, that our family had bullied her, and that we had all been against her from the start. But by this point, people weren't buying it. The whole situation had gotten too big. Too many people had seen the real Emily during the wedding drama. That's when my parents, who had always tried to stay neutral, finally took a stand. My mom, who had spent so long trying to get me to sign the NDA, publicly told the family that she fully supported Jake's decision to walk away. My dad even reached out to some of the relatives Emily had tried to turn against us and set the record straight. Jake was still struggling, but he was starting to heal. I convinced him to see a therapist. At first, he wasn't sure, but then he admitted that he needed help processing everything. The moment he agreed, I knew he was actually serious about moving forward. Meanwhile, Emily's friends started turning on her. Some of the bridesmaids who had originally backed her up started distancing themselves. A few of them had lost money because of the wedding too, and once they saw how she was blaming everyone but herself, they started cutting ties. Then Jake did something I hadn't seen him do in years. He started reconnecting with old friends. People he had lost touch with during his relationship with Emily started reaching out. He actually went out for the first time in weeks, just to grab a drink and catch up. It was like watching someone slowly come back to life after being trapped in a fog for years. And the best part? Jake and I actually started spending time together again. We hadn't been close in so long, but now it felt like I finally had my brother back. The wedding had been officially canceled for over a week, but Emily wasn't done, not even close. Her social media became a messy, passive-aggressive disaster. She started posting cryptic captions about being stabbed in the back and learning who truly supported you. One post was just a selfie with the caption, "Some people never deserved you to begin with." Another was a long paragraph about watching people you love betray you and realizing they were never really on your side. She never mentioned Jake's name, but everyone knew exactly who she was talking about. Then she started calling him. At first Jake ignored it. He didn't want to deal with her anymore, but she kept trying. Late-night calls, missed FaceTime requests, voicemails that just sounded like forced crying. Then she sent him an email. She wrote about how she was willing to work things out, but only if he apologized and distanced himself from his family. She made it clear that I was a major issue. She blamed me for ruining things and insisted that if Jake ever wanted a future with her, he needed to cut off the people who poisoned their relationship. That was the final straw. Jake blocked her on everything. No hesitation this time, no second guessing. He went through his phone and made sure she had no way to contact him again. Then we started hearing rumors. Apparently Emily was considering suing Jake for emotional distress. A cousin heard from someone in Emily's circle that she had been talking about legal action. She was claiming that Jake had blindsided her by canceling the wedding, and that she deserved compensation for the pain and embarrassment he caused her. It didn't go anywhere, but the fact that she was even thinking about it was insane. Meanwhile, mutual friends started taking sides. At first, some of them had tried to stay neutral, but once Jake finally opened up about everything that had happened, the NDA, the insane costs, the way Emily treated him, people started unfollowing her. A few even reached out to say they had no idea how bad it had gotten. Then Emily's family tried to drag my parents into it. Apparently they expected Jake's family to cover part of the wedding expenses since it was his fault the wedding got canceled. My parents laughed that off immediately. They weren't paying a dime for a wedding that never even happened. Then came the fight over the engagement ring. Jake asked for it back. Emily refused. She claimed it was a gift and that she had every right to keep it. That's when Jake finally decided to consult a lawyer. He wasn't even sure if he wanted the ring back. He just didn't want her to keep it out of spite. The lawyer told him it depended on whether it was considered a gift or a conditional agreement. Basically, if it was given with the expectation of marriage, then legally, Jake might have a right to get it back. But if it was considered an unconditional gift, Emily could keep it. No official legal action was taken, but the fact that Jake even had to consider getting a lawyer for this was ridiculous. Then Emily sunk even lower. She started DMing members of our family. She told them Jake was weak, that he had let his family control him, that he had never really loved her. She was trying to turn people against him, but by this point, almost everyone knew the truth. Then a cousin leaked screenshots from the wedding group chat. The messages were bad. Emily had called Jake pathetic for listening to his family. She had mocked him for needing his mommy and daddy's approval. She had even joked about how she was only marrying him because he would do whatever she wanted. When Jake saw the messages, he didn't say anything. He just stared at the screen for a long time. For the first time, he looked like he truly understood who he had been engaged to. But even after everything, he still struggled with guilt. He started wondering if he should have handled things differently. If he had stood up for himself sooner, maybe it wouldn't have gotten this bad. Maybe he wouldn't have let it get this far. But then something changed. People started unfollowing Emily in droves. She lost a ton of social media followers. The vague posts, the passive-aggressive comments, the constant victim act. People were over it. Mutual friends stopped responding to her. Bridesmaids who had once backed her up were now completely ignoring her. Then one night, Jake told me something I never expected to hear. I feel relieved. After weeks of chaos, he finally realized that he had dodged a bullet. Emily's final move was her most dramatic yet. She posted a long, unhinged rant about how some people will let their families sabotage true love because they're too weak to think for themselves. She disabled comments so no one could call her out. Then, the next day, she deleted it. That was the last thing she ever posted about Jake. About a month after the wedding was officially canceled, Emily went completely silent. No cryptic posts, no dramatic rants, nothing. For someone who had been airing her grievances non-stop, it was weird. Then, one day, a cousin sent me a screenshot from Instagram. Emily had moved on, fast. She had posted a new picture, a fancy dinner, candlelight, a caption about finding happiness after heartbreak, and sitting across from her, a new guy. Jake saw it too. He didn't say much, just kind of stared at the screen for a moment. He admitted it felt weird, but for the first time in forever, he wasn't angry. He just shrugged and said, "At least I don't have to deal with her anymore." But Emily wasn't done rewriting the narrative. Her posts started shifting. Suddenly, she wasn't the heartbroken victim anymore. She was thriving. She was talking about real love, new beginnings, and escaping toxic relationships. It was clear what she was trying to do, flip the story. Then someone in the family recognized the guy. He wasn't just some random rebound, he was one of Jake's old co-workers, someone Emily had met before while she and Jake were still together. And just like that, the theory started flying. Had she already been talking to this guy before the wedding was called off? Had she lined up her next relationship before Jake even left? The timeline wasn't adding up and people started putting the pieces together. Then Jake admitted something. The last few months with Emily, she'd been acting distant. There were nights where she'd suddenly be busy, where she wouldn't text back for hours. He'd brushed it off as wedding stress, but now he wasn't so sure. A few days later, I got a message from an unexpected source, one of Emily's ex-bridesmaids. She had stopped talking to Emily after all the wedding drama, and now that everything had settled, she wanted to share something. Apparently, Emily had been talking to the new guy months before the wedding. It wasn't physical, as far as she knew, but Emily had been texting him a lot. She had even mentioned how she felt a connection with him but brushed it off because she was about to get married. Jake took it surprisingly well. After sitting with it for a while, he just let out a deep breath and said, "You know what? I don't even care anymore." For the first time, he felt free. No more doubts, no more wondering if he should have handled things differently. He finally understood. Emily was never truly loyal. She was always looking for something better. Then, 3 months after what was supposed to be their wedding day, Emily dropped the biggest bombshell yet. She announced her engagement to the same guy. Looking back, though, the signs had been there. She had been distant toward the end of her relationship with Jake, always busy, texting someone late at night, disappearing for hours at a time. At the time, Jake had brushed it off as wedding stress. Now it was clear she had already been checked out before the wedding was even called off. People lost their minds. The same followers who had sympathized with her breakup posts started questioning the timeline. Comments were filled with people asking how she had gone from heartbreak to engagement so fast. Jake saw the post, and for the first time in this entire mess, he laughed. A real, genuine laugh. He wasn't bitter. He wasn't angry. He just found it hilarious. The best part? By then, he had started rebuilding his life. He had moved out of our parents' house and into his own place. He was going out with friends again. He had even gotten a promotion at work, something that never would have happened if he had still been stuck in wedding planning chaos with Emily. Therapy was paying off too. He had stopped blaming himself for everything. He understood now that it wasn't about him not being enough. Emily was always going to be like this. She just wanted control. Then, just when we thought she was finally gone for good, Emily reached out one last time. She sent Jake a long message claiming he never deserved her, that she had found a real man, and that he would never be happy without her. Jake didn't even respond. He laughed, blocked her, and moved on for good. It's been a year since Jake called off the wedding, and honestly, I've never seen him doing this well. He's in a new relationship now, and this time, it's actually healthy. No weird ultimatums, no controlling behavior, no endless drama. His girlfriend is kind, supportive, and, most importantly, she treats him like an equal. From what I've seen, they actually talk things out, make decisions together, and, get this, she encourages him to have a life outside of their relationship. Basically, the exact opposite of Emily. Meanwhile, Emily's whirlwind engagement, it imploded. I found out through mutual friends that she and her new fiancé didn't even make it 6 months. No fancy wedding, no over-the-top destination event, just a messy breakup. And the best part? Her ex spoke out. One of my cousins, who still follows Emily's former bridesmaids, told me that the guy finally realized who he was dealing with. According to what he told his friends, Emily was sweet and fun at first, but the moment things got serious, she turned into a completely different person. She demanded control over everything. She made strict rules about what he could and couldn't post online. She expected him to pay for everything while constantly complaining that he wasn't doing enough. It didn't take long for him to see the red flags, and once he called her out on her behavior, she lost it. The breakup wasn't pretty. He left her, and Emily tried everything to keep him, but unlike Jake, he wasn't as easily manipulated. Once he was done, he was done. Then, out of nowhere, Emily tried to come back. Jake woke up one morning to a long message from an unknown number. It was Emily. He didn't even read it. He saw her name, sighed, deleted it, then blocked the number. That was it. No curiosity, no second thoughts. He was finally over it. Meanwhile, Jake's career has skyrocketed. Without Emily holding him back, he's been killing it at work. He got a promotion 6 months ago, and his boss has already hinted that he's in line for an even bigger role soon. Turns out, when you're not being drained by constant drama, you actually have time to focus on things that matter. And my parents? They finally admitted that they should have spoken up sooner. They told Jake they were sorry for not saying anything when they saw how controlling Emily was. At the time, they just wanted to support him, but looking back, they realized they should have warned him. Now they're just happy to have their son back. As for Emily, her fake influencer persona is starting to crumble. People see through her now. She still posts about self-growth and thriving after heartbreak, but the engagement scandal definitely hurt her reputation. A lot of her old followers unfollowed her after seeing how quickly she moved on and how fast it all fell apart. Every once in a while, someone will send me screenshots of her random posts that seem clearly aimed at Jake. The most recent one? Some people never change. Glad I dodged that bullet. Sure, Emily, whatever helps you sleep at night. Meanwhile, in our family, the whole thing has basically turned into a running joke. Whenever we see something expensive or over the top, someone will say, "Hey, should we make it a mandatory wedding experience package?" Or if anyone starts over-explaining something, we'll say, "Sign the NDA first." Even Jake laughs about it now. A few months ago, we took a sibling trip together, just the two of us. The first time in years we actually hung out like that. No tension, no Emily drama, just us being brothers again. And honestly, that's the best part of all of this. Emily tried to break Jake. She tried to isolate him, control him, and make him feel like he needed her. But in the end, she's the one who lost. Jake got his life back. He got his family back. And now he's happier than he's ever been. Sometimes dodging a wedding invite is the best decision you'll ever make. 3 months after Emily's whirlwind engagement collapsed, she started reinventing herself. Her social media was suddenly filled with posts about self-growth and escaping toxicity. She branded herself as a self-love influencer, constantly talking about how she had healed from the past and learned to thrive alone. The irony? She was clearly still bitter. Every few weeks she'd drop a not-so-subtle jab about people who let their families ruin their lives or weak men who can't think for themselves. The captions were different, but the message was always the same. She was still obsessed with Jake. Then, out of nowhere, Jake got an email. It was from Emily. It was long and dramatic. She claimed she had matured and wanted to have a real conversation to clear the air. She said she had moved on but wanted closure so they could both heal properly. Jake showed me the email, and we both just stared at the screen. At this point, everyone told him to ignore it. My parents, mutual friends, even Jake's girlfriend said it wasn't worth it. But I could tell there was a part of him that was curious, not because he wanted to get back in touch, that ship had sailed, but because he wanted to know what her angle was. Then, a mutual friend dropped some major tea. Apparently, Emily's influencer career had taken a major hit. The wedding fallout had hurt her reputation. Brands were wary of working with someone who had been publicly tied to such a messy situation. Sponsorship deals slowed down, and with all the money she and her family had poured into the wedding, she was struggling to keep up her lifestyle. The wedding vendors she and her family had stiffed? Some of them were still trying to take legal action. Her social media presence was shrinking fast. The engagement fallout had ruined her credibility. People didn't trust her anymore. Brands had stopped reaching out, and her sponsored posts had dried up. She wasn't just looking for closure, she was looking for a lifeline. Then we found out her real plan. One of my cousins, who still had mutual friends with Emily, did some digging. Turns out, Emily was trying to launch a podcast about overcoming heartbreak and moving forward after betrayal. And she wanted Jake to be part of it. She wasn't reaching out to heal, she was trying to use him for content. Jake finally read the email in full, and it was exactly what we expected, manipulative, vague, and full of guilt-tripping language. It wasn't a real apology, it was her trying to rewrite the story again, this time with her in control of the narrative. Jake didn't respond. He didn't tell her off, he didn't argue, he didn't give her the attention she desperately wanted. He just let her stew in silence. Then Emily did what she always does when she doesn't get her way. She had a meltdown online. She posted a long, dramatic rant about how some people can't handle the truth and are too weak to face their past mistakes. It stayed up for a few hours before she deleted it, but by then, enough people had seen it, and the general reaction? No one cared anymore. People were tired of her drama. And then we heard the final piece of karma. Emily had to move back in with her parents. Her financial troubles had finally caught up with her, and without the influence or income she had relied on, she couldn't keep up with her lifestyle. Meanwhile, Jake's life? The complete opposite. He was thriving. He and his girlfriend were planning a big vacation together, something he never would have been able to do if he had married Emily. His job was going better than ever, and for the first time in years, he actually felt like his own person. Emily, however, was still trying to stir the pot. She started reaching out to mutual friends, hoping someone would convince Jake to talk to her. Nobody took the bait. Then, the ultimate irony, one of the cousins who leaked Emily's wedding group chat rants got invited to an event where Emily was. Instead of confronting them, Emily pretended they had never met, just acted like none of it had ever happened. At this point, Jake finally admitted he didn't feel any anger toward her anymore, just relief. He dodged a bullet and now he was finally free. Looking back, it's crazy to think that this all started with a ridiculous wedding invitation. But in the end, it turned into something much bigger, something that saved Jake from the worst decision of his life. A few nights ago, we were all at a family gathering, and someone made a joke about the wedding that never was. Jake just raised his glass and said, "Best thing that ever happened to me." And honestly, he's right.
Just days before our wedding, my fiancée admitted she was attracted to someone else and needed to explore it before committing to me. I called off the wedding on the spot. Today, she's broke, divorced, and directionless, while I've rebuilt my life from scratch and achieved a level of success she could never imagine. At 28, I thought I had my life pretty much figured out. I'm Adrian. I was working as a project manager at a tech company, living in a decent apartment, had a stable bank account, and a reliable car. I wasn't a millionaire, but I wasn't doing badly either. I felt comfortable in a good way, not in a still living in my parents' basement playing a console from 2010 kind of way. On top of that, I'd been with my girlfriend, Sabrina, for 5 years. She was 27 at the time. We met in a college psychology class. She was the one who always sat in the front row, trying to make the professor laugh, while I was in the back, jotting down sarcastic notes about how useless those theories would be in the real world. Against all odds, she liked my calm demeanor and my way of handling everything with humor. She used to say I was her rock. Spoiler alert, after 5 years, it seems she found rocks boring. In the beginning, things were solid. When her mother got sick, I was the one who drove her to appointments and paid bills when she couldn't focus. I even turned down a serious job offer in another state just to be near her family. Yes, I regret it now, but at the time, I believed it was the right thing to do if we wanted to build a future together. She would show her gratitude with phrases like, "You're so dependable, Adrian. You make me feel safe." I later found out that safe was her code word for boring. When I proposed, I kept it simple. She cried, said yes, and posted dozens of photos on social media with captions like, "Forever with my best friend." Everyone congratulated us, and I genuinely thought I had done everything right. We planned the wedding, an outdoor venue, a guest list of about 100 people, everything booked and paid for with my savings, because Sabrina was barely living paycheck to paycheck back then. I covered the expenses, the dress, the catering, the flowers all on my card. But 6 months before the wedding, things started to change. Suddenly, Sabrina loved the team building activities at her job, which meant staying late with her colleagues. And that's when he appeared, Grayson. She mentioned him more and more, always with a certain laugh that didn't sit right with me. Grayson is so adventurous. Grayson went skydiving. Grayson is organizing a group trip. At first, I let it go. I'm not the jealous type who checks phones or interrogates someone over every message. But soon, the social media pictures started, group selfies where Grayson was always front and center, smiling as if he'd just discovered how to show all his teeth. The worst part wasn't the photos, but the comparisons. Grayson just went skydiving. Maybe we should try something exciting, too. I'd suggest a weekend getaway, and she'd look at me as if I'd proposed a tour of a hardware store. I thought it was just pre-wedding stress, but now I know it was Sabrina looking for her next upgrade. I didn't confront her right away. I didn't make a scene or throw accusations. I chose to observe, listen, and take notes. I'm not naive enough to beg someone to stay when they already have one foot out the door. While she was filling her head with stories of adventures with Grayson, I focused on myself. I put in more hours at work, going after a promotion I had previously passed up. I hit the gym with discipline. If I was predictable to her, then I would be predictably successful. The funny thing is, even during that phase, she kept calling me her rock, as if it were a compliment, when I already knew what it really meant, that I would keep paying for everything while she fantasized about Grayson's next skydiving jump. I didn't get desperate. I just waited to see how far she would take it, because overconfident people always end up making a mistake. And she did. 3 weeks before the wedding, Sabrina decided to test my limits. I had made a simple dinner, pasta with her favorite sauce. As I served it, she barely touched her food, distracted by her phone. I asked if she was okay, expecting her to talk about wedding stress or a problem with her sister. Instead, she put down her fork, crossed her arms, and dropped the bomb. Adrian, we need to talk. Every man knows that phrase never brings good news. She took a deep breath, as if preparing for a press conference, and said, I think we should postpone the wedding. I just stared at her, my fork halfway to my mouth, the pasta hanging like a sad bridge. Postpone. I repeated. What are we talking about, Sabrina? Is this like rescheduling a dentist appointment? Then she let it all out. Lately, I've been feeling attracted to someone else. Grayson, from work. Nothing physical has happened, but the feelings are strong. I need space to explore them. It wouldn't be fair to marry you without being sure. I had to bite my tongue to keep from laughing in her face. She was basically telling me she wanted to test the waters with Grayson and, if it didn't work out, come back and reschedule our wedding. I replied slowly. So, you want to put me on the bench while you see if Grayson can score? And if he doesn't, you'll put me back in the game. She frowned, annoyed that I wasn't taking her personal growth seriously. She shot back. Don't be dramatic, Adrian. You've been amazing, stable, reliable, but Grayson makes me feel alive. When Sabrina told me that Grayson made her feel alive and that I, by contrast, was just safe, I couldn't help but let out a sarcastic laugh. Safe. She used that word like it was an insult, as if being stable and responsible were contemptible. But who was the one who kept the lights on? Who bailed her out of credit card debt twice? Who turned down a job offer in another state because she didn't want to move? That, apparently, was being safe. Meanwhile, karaoke nights with Grayson were growth. I leaned back in my chair, crossed my arms, and said calmly, So, you're basically trading a house with a roof for a tent in the woods just because it sounds more adventurous. Got it. She rolled her eyes and retorted that I was twisting her words, that I should be thanking her for her honesty because most women, according to her, would have just cheated. Oh, thank you, Saint Sabrina, I said with irony. Thank you for gracing me with your sincerity while explaining that I'm too boring to marry, but good enough to be a backup plan if Grayson turns out to be a fool. Truly heroic. I saw her jaw clench. She was expecting tears, pleading, a scene of desperation. Instead, I just calmly dismantled her logic. That set her off more than if I had screamed. She tried one last gambit. Maybe we could just postpone it. When I figure out how I feel, we can pick another date. I laughed for real this time. Sure, Sabrina. Let me just call the venue and tell them. Hey, can you hold the date? My fiancé wants to go on a trial run with another guy. It'll only take a few months. We'll let you know. I'm sure they'll be thrilled to understand. Her face turned red. She wasn't used to me hitting back like that. Sabrina always thrived when others gave in, but not this time. She looked at me with rage and blurted out, You're unbelievable. After everything we've been through, you're not even going to fight for me. I smiled coldly. Fight for what? For the privilege of being your plan, be while you see if Grayson is exciting enough? No thanks. You want Grayson? Go be with Grayson. I refuse to be a substitute in my own life. She stood there in silence, blinking, not expecting me to hand her exactly what she claimed to want. I got up, collected the plates, and started washing the dishes as if it were any other night. No shouting, no arguments, just routine. If you're done with dinner, maybe you should start packing a bag. Sounds like you have a growth journey to get started on. Bewildered, she asked with a shaky voice, So you're just accepting it like that? You're not going to fight for me. I shrugged. Sabrina, the fight was over the moment you told me Grayson made you feel alive. What is there to discuss? You already made a decision. The only thing I'm deciding is not to stick around pretending I should feel lucky to be considered a second option. That left her speechless. She got up furiously and locked herself in the bedroom, convinced I would follow. But I didn't. I finished cleaning, put on some random show, and fell asleep on the couch like a baby. The next day, I started early, sending emails to vendors and leaving voicemails. I spent all of Monday on the phone canceling contracts. I got some refunds, but lost over $2,000 in other deposits. Money can be recovered. Dignity doesn't come with a refund. I also asked for the ring back since I had paid for it. She flatly refused, saying she would keep it as a memento. Sure, a $5,000 memento of her own foolishness. I drafted a single, clear message for both our families and close friends. The wedding is canceled. Sabrina and I are going our separate ways. Thank you for understanding. No details, no drama, just facts. Of course, her mother blew up my phone demanding explanations, and her sister texted me that I was heartless for not fighting for her. I blocked them both. By the weekend, I had everything sorted. I packed my things, left the key on the table, and moved into a temporary corporate apartment a coworker helped me find. It was nothing fancy, but it gave me room to breathe while I looked for a permanent place. There were no movie scenes, no tears in the car, no endless arguments, just a couple of boxes, my backpack, and the key on the counter, like clocking out of a job I no longer wanted. An effective emotional resignation. In a short time, I found a one-bedroom apartment on the other side of town. It was small, but it was all mine, with no shared decorations, no compromises on curtains or pillows I hated. I bought a black leather sofa that took up too much space, but looked great. I hung a big TV on the wall. It was a typical bachelor pad, simple, but it represented a reset I didn't even know I needed. I never reached out to her once. I didn't check her social media, didn't drive by her place hoping for an accidental run-in. None of that nonsense. Zero contact. Because if you give people like that an inch, they come back with excuses and fake tears. And I wasn't going to be the fool who left the door open. All the energy I used to spend on Sabrina, I channeled in a new direction, my work. As a project manager at a tech company, I was already in a good position, but I had turned down promotions because she didn't want me to be distracted from wedding planning. Now, with no wedding and no Sabrina, nothing was holding me back. I took on every major project offered to me. I stayed late. I led meetings. I became the go-to guy. The change was noticeable and fast. At the same time, I threw myself into the gym. I wasn't looking for a revenge body, but for discipline, a routine to keep me busy and prevent me from sitting at home dwelling on Sabrina's famous line about Grayson making her feel alive. I started lifting heavier, hiking on weekends. It felt good to invest in myself instead of being the free emotional support she had been using. Meanwhile, news about Sabrina and Grayson quickly filtered through mutual friends. People love gossip, and sooner or later, someone tells you something. I didn't have to ask, but the news arrived bit by bit, like those inevitable leaks that eventually reach you, even if you try to stay out of it. At first, it was just scattered comments, then photos circulating on social media, and finally, full stories recounted by acquaintances with a mix of shock and morbid curiosity. That's how I found out that Sabrina and Grayson were official. They were shouting it from the rooftops on Instagram. Photos of their impromptu road trips, selfies at gas stations with cheesy captions like, "Living my best life." Someone once showed me one of those posts, and all I could think was, great, enjoy your potato chips and cheap coffee while you burn through what little savings you have. I swiped past the picture indifferently and didn't give it another thought. To me, that life of appearances meant nothing. While they were playing at being some sort of adventurous couple, I was focusing on my own thing, and my thing was building a solid life. I had landed an interview for a promotion. My income was rising. My new apartment was starting to feel like a real home, and to top it off, I even managed to get some of the deposits back from the canceled services. I discovered that if you handle things smartly, some companies will agree to refund you. It was a small thing, yes, but those little victories were adding up and giving me a sense of real progress. And I want to make something clear. At no point was I trying to compete with Sabrina. I wasn't devising some secret plan for revenge or trying to show off my accomplishments in front of her. I wasn't motivated by a desire to make her jealous. She made her decision, and I made mine. My choice was to focus on becoming someone who would never have to worry about people like her again. One night, a month after I moved out, I was lying on that huge new sofa eating takeout while the TV filled the silence of the apartment. And then I felt it, Peace, a peace so pure it startled me. There were no complaints disguised as jokes, no passive-aggressive comments implying I was too predictable or safe. Nor was there that quiet anxiety of wondering if she was really working late or if she was actually out with Grayson again. There was just silence, real silence. And for the first time in a long time, I realized I liked it. That's when my perspective shifted. I stopped asking myself the pointless question of why me and started thinking, thank God this happened now and not 5 years down the road with a mortgage, kids, and a commitment that would be impossible to reverse. That single thought brought me more relief than any therapy ever could. As the months went by, I moved beyond just surviving. I started to thrive. New routines, new interests, a different lifestyle that restored my self-confidence. Every improvement, no matter how small, was a constant reminder. Sabrina hadn't left behind some boring, safe guy. She had left me, someone who was already prepared to get over her and move on. The irony is that time took care of putting everything in its place and showing her just how quickly karma can turn against you when you bet on the wrong person. At first, I won't deny it, it seemed like Sabrina was doing wonderfully. Her social media was a showcase of happy moments. Sabrina and Grayson at concerts, Sabrina and Grayson on hikes, Sabrina and Grayson in matching sunglasses on some spontaneous trip. I didn't check her pages myself, but my friends constantly sent me screenshots. The captions were insufferable. Never settle. Chase what sets your soul on fire. From the peace of my new apartment, I would think, perfect. Chase that fire while your bank account goes up in smoke. In our social circle, for the first few months, many people bought it. Sabrina is so happy, they'd tell me, as if expecting it to hurt. But I didn't lose a minute of sleep over their couple photos. I had more important things to do than compare myself to two people who thought skydiving was a personality trait. And I knew it. Appearances eventually crumble. And they did. When someone lives with such arrogance, the disguises don't last long. In Sabrina's case, the cracks weren't small, they were chasms. It all started with control. Grayson wasn't just a spontaneous man. He was a controller disguised as an adventurer. He was charismatic in public, charming at social gatherings, but different in private. Friends told me about troubling scenes. Once at a restaurant, he snatched Sabrina's phone because, according to him, she was paying more attention to Instagram than to their conversation. She tried to laugh it off as a joke, but everyone at the table shared that uncomfortable look that means, this isn't funny, it's disturbing. Then came the money problems. Grayson presented himself as an entrepreneur, a visionary with big ideas, but reality was different. He couldn't hold down a steady job. He convinced Sabrina to quit her job so they could invest together in a business he promised would be a success. In reality, he just wanted her savings. She fell for it. She invested what little she had left after our separation into that half-baked project. Predictably, she got nothing in return. The situation worsened when she signed a lease in her name and took on all the bills, electricity, internet, water. She basically became Grayson's financial shield while he played entrepreneur on LinkedIn. And the most humiliating part was that while she was funding his whims, he was chasing other women. A friend of mine who worked in the same office told me Grayson wasn't discreet at all. He flirted with colleagues, disappeared during lunch breaks, and was caught kissing a girl from accounting at a company event. These weren't rumors, they were verified facts. And what did Sabrina do? Instead of opening her eyes and leaving, she clung even tighter to the relationship, as if admitting her mistake would destroy her entire follow your heart narrative. Just 6 months after leaving me, she married him in a quick courthouse ceremony. No flowers, no celebration, just a rushed, I do. As if that would prove their relationship was serious. Of course, reality soon reared its ugly head. The arguments escalated, the money vanished, and Grayson's infidelities became impossible to hide. He would disappear for entire nights, return with no money, and somehow manage to twist everything to blame her. The classic manipulator's playbook. In less than a year, it all collapsed. Around the 9-month mark, Grayson simply vanished from her life. The divorce papers arrived shortly after. By then, Sabrina was buried in debt, with unpaid bills and an eviction notice. She had no savings, no job, and no backup plan. She had gambled everything on a man who, from day one, showed his true colors, A charming charlatan with an easy smile, but zero stability. And there was more. Her professional career was destroyed. When you mix a relationship with a coworker, leave your job for him, and it all ends in a public disaster, your reputation doesn't recover. In a mid-sized city, rumors travel fast, and everyone in the marketing world knows each other. She knocked on doors, but they all slammed shut. That career woman identity she had so carefully curated crumbled. Her social circle also shrank. At first, her friends praised her, so brave for choosing love. But as the conflicts grew, they began to distance themselves. No one wants to be caught in the middle of constant chaos. Some even contacted me directly to say, "Dude, you really dodged a bullet. She treated you like a backup while chasing a guy who couldn't even pay his own bills." I couldn't have said it better myself. The most ironic part of it all was that I didn't lift a finger. Life took care of the rest. I never exposed her on social media or stooped to sending a sarcastic, "I told you so" message. I simply didn't care to play that game. While she was busy demolishing her own life, I was focused on building mine. The difference was visible from a mile away. I had a promotion on the way, a disciplined gym routine, and an increasingly well-furnished apartment. She, on the other hand, was couch surfing or spending what little money she had on cheap motels. I was stacking up wins while she was only accumulating losses. At the office, I was constantly getting congratulated for how I led projects, and in my head, I couldn't help but think, right now, Sabrina is probably arguing with a landlord over late rent, while Grayson is posting his umpteenth miraculous business idea on Facebook that will never go anywhere. The contrast was brutal. She had traded stability for supposed excitement, and that excitement left her jobless, broke, and alone. It wasn't bad luck. It was the direct consequence of her own choices. Karma can be slow, but in her case, it arrived with express shipping. And the best part is, I didn't have to do a thing to make it happen. What must hurt someone like Sabrina the most is that all her drama, her soul-searching, and her criticisms of me for being too safe just ended in ashes. She burned her own life down, and the man she left me for vanished as if he never existed. Meanwhile, I was still paying my rent on time, with a solid job and a clear future, rebuilding myself into a much stronger version of who I was. She lost at the very game she invented, and yet, she still tried to play on my field again. The first attempt was a text message from an unknown number. "Hey Adrian, it's me. Can we talk? I miss you." The way she wrote it, as if I had left a dog at a kennel, was ridiculous. I didn't even reply. Straight to block. A few days later, another attempt came, this time via email from her old work account. Yes, the same one she had abandoned to join Grayson's big project. The subject line read, "Please, just read this." Inside was a massive wall of text filled with regrets. How Grayson wasn't who he seemed, how he yelled at her, cheated on her, and drained her savings, and how she felt deceived. She also said that she now understood the value of what we had and how much she needed me. The most absurd part was reading. "Remember how good we were together?" I wanted to laugh out loud. How could I forget that she left me 3 weeks before our wedding to explore her feelings? I replied with a single line, "I'm not interested. Take care." Then I blocked that email address too. But entitled people feel they always have another door to try when the main one closes. So the next move came through her best friend, Natalie. She left me a voicemail. "Adrian, I know you're hurt, but Sabrina is in a really bad place. She's staying on my couch. She's broke and admits she made a mistake. Just hear her out." "Yes, but I don't run a shelter for adults who've wrecked their own lives." I didn't call back. Then it was her sister, Claire, who wrote to me. "Grow up, Adrian. After everything you two had, seriously, you can't even give her a conversation? You moved on too fast. Be a man and call her." Right, because being a man means letting Sabrina use me as her safety net. Again, instant block. That's when she decided to up the ante. One afternoon, as I was leaving the office for lunch, I found her waiting for me at the entrance. Her hair was a mess, her makeup was smudged, and she was wearing an old coat that looked like it hadn't been washed in weeks. I barely recognized the woman I once knew. "Adrian, please," she said, approaching with eyes red from crying. "Don't walk away. I need to talk to you." I kept my distance. It was neither the time nor the place, but Sabrina never cared about that when she wanted something. She started letting it all out right there on the sidewalk. That she had been wrong, that Grayson was hell, that he screamed at her, cheated on her with half the world, and stole everything she had. She confessed she was living in a motel, that no one would hire her, and that even her own mother told her she had ruined everything. Then she dropped the key phrase, "But you were always there. Your stability. I need that now. We can pick up with the wedding. It was only postponed. We can just continue from there." I couldn't help but laugh. A loud, genuine laugh. Did she really think she could dust off the word postponed, as if our life was a paused episode on Netflix? "Sabrina," I replied, still with an ironic smile, "the wedding wasn't postponed. You canceled it. You canceled it when you decided to go after Grayson. Don't act like I've been frozen in time waiting for your glorious return." She stared at me, shocked, unable to believe I wasn't melting at her melodrama. "So that's it. You're just going to leave me like this?" she said through tears. "Exactly," I answered with a shrug. "It's funny. When someone calls you boring and predictable, you learn to stop being predictable. I stopped waiting for you to get tired of being a fool." Her face shifted from sadness to fury in seconds. "You're so selfish. After everything we lived through, you won't even fight for me. Real love fights, Adrian. You're a coward." I smiled calmly. You know what I thought real love was? It didn't ask for a break to try its luck with some guy named Grayson. "It seems your definition is different." She clenched her fists as if trying to make me feel guilty. But she no longer had that power. It was the same old Sabrina, twisting the situation to play the victim and trying to make me carry her mess. Only this time it wasn't working. "Look, Sabrina," I said firmly, without losing my composure. "I'm not your rehab center. You wanted thrills? You got them. Don't come looking for stability now that those thrills left you penniless and with a ruined reputation. I don't recycle bad decisions." Her mouth opened and closed several times, as if she wanted to argue but couldn't find the words. In the end, all she could manage to spit out was, "You're going to regret this. No one else will put up with how boring you are." I smiled unfazed. "Perfect. That'll save me from running into another Sabrina in my life." Without another word, I walked back into the building, ignoring her as if she were a stranger on the street. But of course, she wouldn't give up that easily. The funny thing about people who feel entitled to everything is that they never accept the word no as a real refusal. To them, a no is just a temporary barrier to be knocked down, almost like a personal challenge. In their minds, resistance isn't someone else's decision to be respected, but an obstacle that just proves they need to push harder. I learned that firsthand. A week after that whole disaster, I received a call that sent a chill down my spine. It wasn't from Sabrina, but from her father. I answered, suspecting it wouldn't be good, and his tone confirmed it immediately. He tried to use emotional family blackmail. "Son, Sabrina has learned her lesson. Don't be so stubborn. Fix this." He spoke to me as if I were responsible for everything, as if it were my duty to rescue her again. I couldn't listen for more than a few seconds. I hung up mid-sentence. I wasn't willing to play that manipulative game or take on a role that wasn't mine. By then, everything was clear. Sabrina didn't want to fix what she had broken. Her intention was different. She wanted to use me as a reset point, like someone hitting a button to erase their mistakes. But I wasn't an eraser for her to redo her life. I was the man who had decided to move on while she sank into her own labyrinth, and nothing she or her family said was going to change that. After that ambush attempt at my office and the pathetic call from her father, Sabrina's attempts to contact me gradually tapered off. Maybe she finally understood that I wasn't going to budge, or maybe she just ran out of new numbers to text me from. I don't know. The only thing for sure is that suddenly there was silence, and that silence was like a soothing balm. It was like stepping out into the fresh air after a storm. There were still puddles and fallen branches everywhere, but at least the constant noise had stopped. That breathing room gave me something I didn't expect, space to reconnect with my friends. When you're in a long-term relationship, especially with someone as all-consuming as Sabrina, your friend circle doesn't disappear, but it does get pushed to the back burner. It's not that they leave, it's that you're always busy. Obligatory family dinners, dates filling your calendar, your partner's work events where you have to smile without enthusiasm. And so, bit by bit, you realize that what used to be routine, spontaneous get-togethers, constant jokes, is reduced to a sporadic meetup every few weeks. So, when things ended with Sabrina, the first thing I did was text our group chat. "What's up, losers? I'm back." It was like flipping a switch. Within seconds, replies, memes, taunts, reminders of old college nicknames, and even old photos that made me laugh until I cried started pouring in. In less than a week, we had a poker night planned at one of their houses. The day of the get-together, walking into that place was like stepping into a time machine. Everything was the same old friends, the same absurd arguments about who was shuffling the cards wrong, and the same humor loaded with irony. Of course, I was the favorite target for jokes. "How's life for the guy who dodged a bullet with the office clown?" One of them blurted out. I smiled and replied calmly, "Better than being the one who married her." The whole table erupted in laughter. In that moment, I understood what I had been missing for years. The simplicity of sharing without pretense, without fear of a later rebuke. That night, I realized something profound. Stability isn't just about having a partner. It's about knowing your circle is still there when you need them, solid and authentic. I left that night feeling like I had recovered a part of myself that had been turned off. Meanwhile, things in my life were on an upward trajectory. The promotion I had worked so hard for finally came through. With it came a raise, new responsibilities, and an office with a window. I remember Sabrina used to say I was too comfortable in my job, as if stability were a flaw or a sign of mediocrity. How ironic. As soon as she was out of my life, my career took off as if it had been waiting for me to drop that dead weight. With the new salary, I was able to move into a bigger apartment in a better neighborhood with enough space to have people over. I started hosting gatherings at my place, video game nights, weekend barbecues, and even fight nights for UFC events. Whenever someone brought up Sabrina, the joke was always the same. "Can't believe she left Adrian for Grayson, trading an apartment with a terrace and a full fridge for cheap karaoke nights. What a downgrade." I didn't have to say a word. I just laughed and let them do the work of reminding me how lucky I had been. Of course, Sabrina didn't give up completely. People like her don't know when to quit. When they see you thriving, their obsession doesn't fade, it intensifies. Sabrina tried one last trick. I got an email from an unknown account. The subject line read, "A sign we should try again." I hesitated for a moment, but against my better judgment, I opened it. Inside was a picture of the engagement ring I had bought her. I had always assumed she'd pawned it to survive, but no, she still had it. The photo was accompanied by a few lines that said, "I kept it because it still means something. I know I don't deserve another chance, but maybe the universe is telling us we should start over." I remember sitting frozen in front of the screen. The universe? No, Sabrina. The universe wasn't sending me signs to get back with you. The universe was showing me with absolute clarity that I had dodged a lifetime of constant drama. I replied with a single sentence, "Pawn it. You need it for rent more than I need it as a memory." Immediately after, I blocked the address. That was the last time I allowed her words to touch my life. By that point, my daily life was unrecognizable compared to the chaos she had left behind. My career was moving forward steadily. My bank account was more solid than ever. My friends were a central part of my life again, and my weekends were what they always should have been, moments of genuine enjoyment. No reproaches, no tension, no waiting for the next unexpected blow. Just me, living as I should have from the start. The sweetest part of it all was the contrast. I didn't seek out news about her, but it reached me anyway. A friend told me he had run into her at a temp job and that she looked exhausted, as if she had aged 5 years in one. Another told me she was back to sleeping on borrowed couches after being kicked out of the motel she was staying at. Everyone knew the Grayson situation had been a disaster. Even those who had defended her before stopped doing so. It wasn't just that she had fallen, it was that everyone could see it. Those who once told me I was lucky to have her now admitted that she had destroyed her own life. And I, on the other hand, was the one who had come out of it clean, stronger. I remember it vividly. One night on the balcony of my apartment, with the city lights in the background and beer cans stacked on the table, one of my friends looked at me seriously and said, "It's ironic, isn't it? She called you boring, but now you're the one with a great job, a great place, and good people around you. Meanwhile, she's out there begging for help. Who's boring now?" I didn't answer with words, just a smile, because I understood in that instant what Sabrina could never grasp. Stability isn't boring. Stability is power. It's building something that doesn't crumble at the first sign of a storm. She was chasing fireworks, intense flashes that ignite and burn out in seconds. I, on the other hand, had built something solid, stable, a life project with a firm foundation. And when she tried to crawl back, it was already too late. I wasn't willing to be her backup plan, because in reality, I wasn't her refuge. I was her life lesson. After that breakup, my routine settled into a new rhythm. Work remained steady, my circle of friends was still intact, and weekends with my buddies were back to how they used to be. Sabrina was nothing more than an occasional rumor that reached my ears through someone who still had some contact with her. I was convinced her chaos would slowly fade away, disappearing into the background while I continued moving forward. However, life often saves one last surprise act for you. That moment came at Ethan's wedding. He had been part of our group since college, a great, loyal, and reliable friend. About a year after everything with Sabrina blew up, Ethan and his fiancée booked a beautiful outdoor venue to celebrate their union. The funny thing was, it was the same place Sabrina and I had reserved long ago. When I got the invitation in the mail, I let out a laugh. The circle was closing in the most ironic way possible. Without a second thought, I confirmed my attendance. On the day of the wedding, I showed up looking sharp, in a suit that made me feel invincible. I arrived with some of the guys. We laughed, ordered drinks, and settled at our tables, joking about who would be the first to cry during the vows. Everything was flowing naturally until I saw her. Across the lawn, near the bar, stood Sabrina. She looked thinner, with a worn-out air, restless eyes, and a posture that made it clear she didn't belong there. It turned out she had managed to get a last-minute invitation through some remaining connection with Ethan's fiancée. I didn't feel a pit in my stomach or anything like that. What I felt was a sense of irony, as if I were witnessing her sneak back into my story right at my moment of personal triumph. I ignored her during the ceremony, keeping my full attention on Ethan, his vows, and the applause. But at the reception, it was impossible not to notice her gaze fixed on me. Halfway through dinner, she worked up the courage and came straight to my table. "Adrian," she said, almost trembling, "can we talk?" I put my glass down, sighed, and agreed, just to give her another opportunity to make a fool of herself. Her speech was immediate. She talked about how seeing all of this was devastating her, that it could have been our life. She admitted she had ruined it, that Grayson had abandoned her just 9 months after they married, that the divorce had recently been finalized, and that he had left her with nothing. She confessed she was jobless, homeless, with only a handful of friends left, and that everyone avoided her because they knew what she had done to me. "I realize now that you were everything to me," she pleaded. "Give me another chance, please. I'll change." I watched her calmly, without getting upset. It was the same old Sabrina. Every word revolved around her losses, her pain, her emptiness. Not once did she mention what she had caused me. There was no real apology, just desperation disguised as remorse. "Sabrina," I replied in a firm voice, "that chapter is closed. You decided to chase fireworks, and you ended up getting burned. That's your responsibility, not mine. I'm not reopening that book." Her expression twisted into anger and bewilderment. "How can you be so cold after 5 years? After everything we went through?" "Easy," I said with a half smile. "You taught me to put myself first. That was the only real gift you ever gave me, and I'm grateful for it, because thanks to that, I'm doing well now, better than ever." Her mouth fell open, unable to process me responding with such coldness. Around us, I could hear murmurs. People already knew the story. Everyone knew how she had destroyed her own life with her choices. She stood there, diminished, as judgmental gazes enveloped her. "You'll regret this," she finally mumbled, her voice breaking. "No one will ever love you the way I did." I let out a short laugh. "Exactly, Sabrina. And that's precisely the point." I turned and went back to my table, where I clinked glasses with my friends as if nothing had happened. She didn't try to stop me. She didn't make a scene. She stood motionless for a few moments, and then quietly disappeared. By the time dessert was served, she was gone. That was the last time I ever saw her. No more messages, no more emails, no more desperate calls from her family. Just silence. And it was perfect, because the real victory wasn't in humiliating her or witnessing her downfall. The real triumph was reclaiming my peace, my life, and seeing her reduced to a cautionary tale about what happens when someone bets on empty illusions instead of what's real. She thought postponing our wedding was a temporary decision, almost a whim to afford herself the luxury of exploring. But what she really postponed was her stability, her future, and any chance of respect she might have had left. While she spiraled downwards, eventually consuming everything she had built, I kept walking forward, steady, without looking back. The funny thing is, in the end, I didn't have to do anything for revenge. Life itself took care of showing her what it meant to lose everything by chasing empty sparks. I, on the other hand, learned to enjoy the simple things, a thriving career, friends who never fail, and a tranquility that no one can take from me. Today, when someone mentions her name in conversation, it no longer sparks anger or sadness. It barely registers as indifference, as if they're talking about someone I knew a long time ago who is no longer part of my world. Her story became just that, a vague memory that others tell as a warning, not an open wound in my life. And while she became an example of what not to do, I understood something even more valuable, that my greatest victory was never in seeing her fall, but in realizing that I rose up stronger. The real triumph was that I rebuilt myself without depending on her, and that every step I take now is free from her shadow. That was the real ending. She remained trapped by her decisions, and I found a new life, stable and at peace. I'm not her plan B. I'm not her refuge, nor am I her downfall. I am the man who moved on, and that simple fact makes all the difference. If you liked it, don't forget to leave a comment and support the channel by subscribing. See you in the upcoming stories.
My husband forgot to hang up the call with me, and I heard him telling someone, "Our marriage is awful, but I'm only with her because of her family's money." I didn't drop the phone. I didn't scream. I didn't breathe. I sat perfectly still on the edge of our bed, staring at the wall like it could give me an explanation. His voice came through the speaker again, careless and too honest. "Her dad's loaded, man. You think I'd still be in this if there wasn't a trust fund behind it?" The other voice laughed, low and muffled, like they were speaking over drinks. "So you're just gonna ride it out?" There was a pause. Then he said it, calmly, like he was proud of the math he'd done. 2 more years, maybe 3. Then I'll have enough to walk. She won't even see it coming. She's too comfortable. I ended the call. My hand didn't shake. That would come later. In that moment, I stared down at the screen like it had just delivered a death sentence. In a way, it had. Not of a person, but of a version of my life I thought was real. 3 years of marriage unraveled in seconds. Every late-night conversation, every laugh, every fight we'd smoothed over with apologies, now a rehearsed performance. I sat back, letting the weight of what I'd heard settle like dust in my lungs. The betrayal didn't come with screaming or crying. It came with silence. An eerie, hollow quiet where my heartbeat felt too loud. I opened the drawer where I kept our wedding photos. There was one we both loved. A candid of us laughing in the rain, soaked, ridiculous, alive. I used to think that moment was real. Now I wondered if he'd already been calculating then. If he'd seen the daughter of a successful businessman, and not the person standing next to him. I remembered our engagement, how fast it moved, how he'd charmed my family. My dad, always cautious, had taken longer to warm up to him. But eventually, even he said, "He seems solid." I remembered how proud my mom was, saying, "You picked someone with good instincts." Had I? That night, I didn't sleep. I lay beside the man who'd just confirmed he didn't love me, who saw our marriage as a temporary investment. His breathing was steady, peaceful. I wondered if he knew how loud that silence felt from my side of the bed. The next morning, I acted normal. I made coffee, just like I always did. He came downstairs in sweatpants, kissed the top of my head, told me I smelled good. "Sleep okay?" he asked. I smiled. "Yeah, you?" "Like a rock," he said, pouring his usual half cup, no sugar. "You working from home today?" I nodded. "Just a few calls." I watched him from across the kitchen, the way he leaned on the counter, scrolling through his phone. I noticed everything now, the way he glanced at our shared calendar, how he tapped on a notification and quickly swiped it away. I didn't ask what it was. I'd stopped wanting to know. When he left, I didn't cry. I opened my laptop and stared at a blank document. I was supposed to be reviewing contracts. Instead, I opened a note and wrote down what I heard on that call, word for word. I needed it preserved. Not for court. For myself. Because I knew there'd be days ahead when I'd doubt what I heard. Question if I was overreacting, convince myself to stay. That note would remind me I wasn't crazy. That afternoon, I drove to my parents' house but didn't go inside. I sat in the car, engine off, staring at the front porch. I couldn't bring it to them. Not yet. My dad would ask for proof. My mom would blame herself. And I couldn't handle their pain on top of my own. I went back home before he did, lit a candle, put on soft music, made dinner. When he walked in, he smiled like he always did, said, "Smells amazing in here," kissed my cheek, told me he missed me. I smiled back. I missed you too. That night, we ate together. He told me about a pitch meeting that went well, said someone was interested in his startup idea. I asked questions, played supportive. I knew he was hoping for a buy-in from my father eventually. That was always the unspoken goal. After dinner, he poured wine and turned on the fireplace. We watched a movie I didn't care about. He pulled me close. I let him, not because I wanted to, because I needed to map the routine, every moment of intimacy, every practiced move. I had to see it all clearly if I was going to unravel it. I went to bed before him, told him I was tired. He said he'd be up soon. I stared at the ceiling again, letting his words echo. Too comfortable. She won't see it coming. I saw it. And I wouldn't stay comfortable for long. I saw it. And I wouldn't stay comfortable for long. The next morning, I woke before the alarm. It wasn't that I couldn't sleep. It was that I didn't want to. The bed felt foreign. His presence beside me, the rise and fall of his chest, his fingers slightly grazing my arm. These things used to anchor me. Now they made my skin itch. I slipped out quietly, showered in silence, and stared at my reflection for a long time. It was strange how ordinary I looked. No one would have guessed what I knew. No one would have suspected that less than 48 hours ago, I'd overheard my husband calculating his exit strategy from the marriage he helped build. Not because it wasn't working, not because we'd grown apart, but because I came attached to money. In the kitchen, I started making coffee before realizing I didn't want any. I poured the water anyway. The motions grounded me. When he came downstairs, hair wet from his own shower, wearing the same navy sweatshirt he always did on work-from-home days, I kept my expression neutral. "You're up early," he said, yawning. "Didn't sleep great. Too much wine last night?" I smiled faintly. "Maybe." He kissed the top of my head. I flinched. Not noticeably, but enough that I felt it. He didn't seem to. Or maybe he'd grown so used to my compliance that he didn't notice anything unless it disrupted his script. After breakfast, I sat at the kitchen island, laptop open, calendar full of meetings I had no intention of joining. I stared at the screen while my mind wandered. 3 years. That's how long we'd been married. Almost exactly. And somehow, in less than 3 minutes of overheard audio, I was being forced to reassess every moment of it. Was he lying when he said I looked beautiful in the mornings? When he cried at our wedding, was it real or just good acting? When he talked about kids, was that part of the plan too? Build deeper ties? Make it harder to walk away? Harder to untangle the money? I thought about our first year together, the small apartment we rented downtown, the way we'd save up for takeout and share cheap wine on the fire escape. I'd believed in us then. In him. I remember telling my sister, "He's the kind of man who makes the world feel solid." And maybe that was true, until the foundation cracked. At noon, I stepped away from my computer and sat on the edge of the bed. I let myself go back through it all. Slowly. Deliberately. I wanted to see it clearly, to stop idealizing it. I needed to strip away the warm filters I'd built around our memories and see them for what they really were. Like the way he always insisted we dine at high-end restaurants whenever we were with my parents. The way he got quiet anytime money came up, unless it involved something being gifted to us. How he once told me it made more sense to lease a new car in my name since my credit was stronger. At the time, I'd called it practicality. Now I saw it for what it was. He hadn't fallen out of love. He'd never actually been in it. I picked up my phone and opened our photos. There were hundreds. Vacations, birthdays, selfies in the kitchen. I zoomed in on his expression in one, his arm around me, smiling, perfectly posed. And yet his eyes weren't looking at me. They were looking just past the lens, as if he was already aiming for whatever came next. I saved a few of the more recent pictures. Not for nostalgia, for documentation. I had a strange, sharp instinct to start gathering things. Like a woman preparing for a storm no one else could see coming. By evening, I felt numb. He was in the living room, working on something he called a pitch deck for investors. He didn't offer details. He never did. Not to me. He asked what I wanted for dinner. I told him I wasn't hungry. He offered to cook anyway. Said, "Let me take care of you." I watched him move around the kitchen, humming to himself. It was the same song he always hummed, some old indie track he used to play when we first dated. I wondered if he hummed it for her, too. I didn't ask. I didn't speak much at all that night, but I took note of everything. The way he watched me from the corner of his eye. The way he hesitated before bringing the food over. Almost like he sensed something had shifted. When he finally sat beside me, he said, "You've been quiet. Just tired. Work stress?" Something like that. He nodded and placed a hand on my thigh. I didn't move, didn't flinch this time. I was too far beneath the surface. Too deep in the place where grief quietly transforms into clarity. Because that's what was happening now. I wasn't breaking down. I was waking up. And now, every move he made became a study. A performance I'd watched too many times without realizing I was the audience. It had been 3 days since the phone call. 3 days of watching him brush his teeth, make coffee, kiss my cheek goodbye, all while knowing what he'd said about me, about us. The strange thing was how normal he seemed. Not guilty, not careful, just ordinary. Maybe that was the most unsettling part. That someone could plan your betrayal and still sleep soundly beside you. Thursday morning, he offered to drive me to work. Something he hadn't done in months. "You look tired," he said, adjusting his rearview mirror. "Figured I'd make your morning easier." I almost said yes. The old me would have been touched by the gesture. Now I wondered what prompted it. Was this part of the routine? Keep the wife happy, keep the money flowing? "I have a stop to make after work," I said instead. "I'll drive myself." He nodded easily. "No problem. Dinner out tonight? That steakhouse you like? The one my father recommended. The one we'd been to exactly twice. Both times when my parents were paying." "Sure," I said. At work, I couldn't concentrate. Every email felt pointless. Every meeting dragged. I kept replaying the conversation, trying to remember his exact tone when he'd said, "She won't see it coming." Casual, almost bored. Like discussing the weather. During lunch, I sat in my car and called my sister. Not to tell her everything, I wasn't ready for that, but just to hear a familiar voice. "You sound weird," she said after 5 minutes of small talk. "Everything okay?" "Just tired. Work stuff." "How's the husband?" The question hung in the air longer than it should have. "He's fine, same as always." That doesn't sound convincing. I forced a laugh. "I'm just in a weird mood. Ignore me." But after we hung up, I sat there thinking about her words. Same as always. That was the problem, wasn't it? He was exactly the same. While my entire world had shifted, he remained unchanged. Because for him, nothing had shifted. This was always the plan. That evening at dinner, he ordered wine without asking what I wanted. Made a toast to us and the future we're building. "Do you ever think," he said, cutting into his steak, "about what we want our life to look like in 5 years?" I tilted my head. "What do you mean?" "Just bigger things, you know? Your family has this amazing foundation, this network. Sometimes I think we could be doing more with it." The words sounded rehearsed. Like he'd practiced this conversation. More like what? I don't know. Partnerships, investments, building something that lasts. He was testing the waters, seeing how receptive I was to involving my family's money in his plans. "That's pretty vague," I said. He laughed, but it sounded hollow. "I guess I'm still figuring it out. Just feels like we have so many opportunities we're not taking advantage of." Later that night, I watched him sleep. His breathing was steady, peaceful. No signs of guilt or worry. Just a man resting after a productive day of manipulation. I lay awake until almost 3 in the morning, not thinking about revenge or confrontation, just trying to understand how I'd missed it. How someone could share a bed with you, share meals, share conversations about the future, all while planning to leave you once they'd extracted enough value. The next morning, I decided to pay attention differently. Not to snoop or investigate, not yet, but to really see him. To stop filling in the gaps with my own hopes and assumptions. When he said, "I love you," before leaving for work, I watched his eyes. They looked just past me, unfocused, like he was reading from a script. When he texted me at lunch, "Thinking of you, beautiful," I noticed he sent it at exactly the same time he'd texted me yesterday, and the day before. When he came home that evening with flowers from the grocery store, I realized he'd done the same thing last month. Same flowers, Same timing, same casual saw these and thought of you. It wasn't spontaneous affection. It was maintenance. That night, over leftover takeout, he asked about my day with the same interested expression he always wore. But when I mentioned a problem with a client, he nodded and immediately changed the subject to his own work. He hadn't actually been listening, just waiting for his turn to talk. These weren't new behaviors. They'd always been there. I'd just been too willing to see love where there was only routine. By Sunday, I felt like I was living with a stranger. Not because he'd changed, but because I finally saw him clearly. The man I'd fallen in love with had been a carefully constructed character. And the performance was so polished, so consistent, that even he seemed to believe in it. That afternoon, while he watched a game in the living room, I sat at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee I didn't want and started making a mental list. Not of evidence or proof, just of things I'd noticed. Things that suddenly made sense. How he always suggested expensive restaurants when my parents were joining us. How he'd grown quiet whenever I mentioned wanting to help pay down his student loans. How his business ideas always seemed to require connections my father could provide. How he'd pushed for a joint bank account within 6 months of marriage. None of it was dramatic. None of it was obvious. That's what made it so effective. I wasn't dealing with a villain. I was dealing with someone who'd turned our entire relationship into a long-term business strategy. And he was so good at it, he probably didn't even see it as betrayal. Just smart planning. By Monday, the performance resumed, like clockwork. He kissed my forehead before leaving for work, said, "Don't work too hard," with a soft smile. I stood in the hallway, watching him gather his keys, adjust his jacket, and walk out like he had somewhere important to be. He didn't know I already suspected most of his meetings weren't real. That morning, I began documenting things. Not dramatic evidence, just details. I created a private note on my phone and titled it Observations. It wasn't meant to be legal or admissible. It was for me, to remind myself when I started doubting that none of this was in my head. Tuesday, 12:47 p.m. Thinking of you text. Same time as yesterday. Use joint card for online consultation service. $145, not discussed. Restaurant suggestion for next week. One my father mentioned during last family dinner. They weren't smoking guns. But together, they painted a picture. And I was learning to read it. I started paying attention to the finances, not by hacking passwords or digging through his files, but by watching habits. He always offered to pay for dinners when we were with friends, but used the joint card. He'd get vague when I brought up budgeting. And anytime I talked about scaling back on spending, he redirected the conversation. By Wednesday, I noticed something new. Panic. Barely beneath the surface. He came home early, which he never did midweek, and said he just wanted to spend time with me. I was polite, surprised, but not warm. He picked up on it. "You seem off lately," he said, watching me too closely. "Just tired. Is it work? Us?" "Mostly work." I smiled gently. "Nothing you did." It wasn't entirely a lie. He hadn't done anything new. He was simply continuing what he'd been doing since the beginning. I had just started seeing it. That night, I made a subtle shift. I casually mentioned that my dad was changing some things in the family business. Restructuring, reallocating. I didn't elaborate. Just let it hang. He looked up from his drink. "Is everything okay with him?" "Probably. He's just being careful lately." I watched the flash of concern in his eyes, masked quickly with a nod. "He always thinks 10 steps ahead," he said. I gave a small smile. It runs in the family. The next day he asked if I wanted to go away for the weekend. Just us. Cabin up north. Somewhere quiet. I almost laughed. A sudden romantic getaway wasn't his style. Not unless he needed something. "Maybe next weekend," I said. "I have a few things I need to take care of first." He didn't push. But that night he was more affectionate than usual. Held me longer. Watched me while I read. Tried to initiate a conversation about long-term goals, using phrases like real estate, a retirement, generational wealth. I listened quietly. The truth was, I didn't know what my long-term goal was yet. All I knew was that it no longer included him. By Friday, I made a decision. I wouldn't wait for a perfect moment. I wouldn't wait for more evidence or for him to slip up. I'd already seen enough. And I didn't need a full plan. I just needed to start pulling away, strategically, calmly, without giving him reason to panic. I began with my accounts. Not the joint ones, mine. The personal savings I hadn't touched since college. I scheduled an appointment with my bank manager, requested that a new account be opened in my name only, no digital trace linking to him. I moved a modest amount, enough to start a separation, not enough to trigger suspicion. That weekend, I visited my parents under the pretense of helping them organize paperwork for tax season. I didn't tell them the truth, not yet. But I asked a lot of questions, casual ones, about legal protections, about the trust, about how they vet people tied to the family business. My dad gave me a look across the kitchen table. Something on your mind? I shook my head, just being cautious. He didn't push. He never did. That was something I'd always loved about him. He gave people space to come to him when they were ready. Saturday night, back home, he brought up the idea of us starting a business together. He said it casually, but I could tell he'd been rehearsing it. We've got the brand, the last name, the connections. All we need is the right concept. What kind of concept? I asked. I'm thinking wellness, he said. Something lifestyle-focused. Everyone's into that now. Do you have experience in that space? Not yet. But with the right team, the right pitch, your dad might even know someone. I let him trail off. I didn't nod. I didn't push. I just looked at him. And for the first time, I didn't see my husband. I saw the plan, the calculation, the person behind the mask. And he was starting to sweat. It showed in small ways. He'd started checking his phone more often, even when we were talking, glancing at me when he thought I wasn't looking. The easy confidence from our early years had developed hairline cracks. Sunday morning, I mentioned that my family was going through a quiet financial reorganization. I said it while stirring my tea, not looking at him. Casual, measured. Is that serious? He asked immediately. Not really, I replied. Just tightening a few things. My dad's getting stricter about how assets are managed. He nodded slowly. Makes sense. Smart move. But I noticed he didn't touch his coffee after that. And when I excused myself to take a call from my sister, I heard the floorboards creaking in the kitchen, pacing. That evening, he was overly attentive. Made dinner without being asked, lit candles, asked me what kind of vacation I'd want if we just ran away for a while. Somewhere quiet, I said. No signal, just air and space. He smiled like that meant I was still his. But the smile looked tired around the edges. Monday morning, I started researching. Nothing dramatic, just information gathering. I looked up financial consultants online, read reviews, bookmarked contact information. I researched storage facilities. I Googled phrases like financial manipulation in marriage and protecting assets during separation. I wasn't ready to act on any of it, but knowledge felt like armor. That afternoon, while he was at what he called a client meeting, I walked through our house differently. Not snooping, just noticing. The way he'd positioned his laptop so the screen faced away from the common areas. How he'd started keeping his phone face down during meals. The stack of business cards on his desk that hadn't been there last week. When he came home, he seemed agitated. Said the meeting didn't go as planned, but wouldn't elaborate. Over dinner, he pitched an idea for an app focused on financial literacy for couples. People trust people with legacy, he said, gesturing with his fork. If we position ourselves as a team building wealth together, there's something there. He always used words like we and team when talking about money, but only my family's money. Tuesday, I did something small but deliberate. I changed my banking password. Just mine. The personal account he'd never had access to anyway. It wasn't that I thought he was monitoring it, but I wanted to start drawing invisible lines. That evening, he suggested dinner out. Said he'd made a reservation somewhere special. The restaurant was nice, too nice for a random Tuesday. When we arrived, the hostess greeted us warmly, but I caught her glancing at him with a look I couldn't quite read. Familiarity, maybe. Or confusion. During dinner, he was more animated than usual, talking about opportunities and building something lasting. But underneath the enthusiasm, I sensed something else. An urgency that hadn't been there before. I've been thinking, he said, cutting into his steak. We should be more intentional about our financial future. Maybe bring your dad into some conversations about investments. There it was. The real reason for the nice dinner, the candles, the sudden romance. That's pretty vague, I said. He laughed, but it sounded hollow. I guess I'm still figuring out the specifics. Wednesday, I told him I'd be working late. Instead, I drove around for 2 hours thinking. I sat in a coffee shop and made lists in my head. Not evidence lists, just clarity lists. What I knew, what I suspected, what I needed to understand. When I got home, he was waiting up. Said he'd been worried. Asked if everything was okay with my family, with work, with us. Everything's fine, I said. Just busy. He studied my face like he was trying to read something written there. "You'd tell me if something was wrong, right?" he asked. I met his gaze. Of course. It was the first outright lie I'd told him since this began, and it felt surprisingly easy. Thursday morning, he was restless. Made coffee, then didn't drink it. Started conversations, then trailed off mid-sentence. Finally, he asked if I was feeling weird energy between us. "Not particularly," I said. "Why?" He shrugged. "Just feels like something's shifted." I looked at him. Really looked. At the man I'd shared a bed with for 3 years. The man who'd cried at our wedding. Who'd held my hand through my grandmother's funeral. Who'd apparently been calculating our expiration date since the beginning. "Maybe you're just stressed," I said. He nodded slowly. Maybe. But we both knew it wasn't stress. It was the sound of a house of cards beginning to tremble. And I hadn't even started blowing yet. By Friday morning, he was spiraling. Subtly, but unmistakably. I watched him open and close the same kitchen drawer twice, like he'd forgotten what he was looking for. He asked where I'd left the charger he always used, even though it was in the same outlet it had always been. He spilled coffee grounds on the counter and didn't wipe them, just stared at the mess, then walked away. I was careful not to mirror his energy. I kept my tone neutral. Movements calm. I asked if he had any plans for the day. He said he might go take a few meetings, but didn't elaborate. "Anything interesting?" I asked lightly. He shrugged. "Nothing final yet." Final. Strange choice of word. After he left, I stood in the doorway for a while, letting the quiet settle. I hadn't said or done anything concrete yet. No accusations, no ultimatums, just a few vague comments and a shift in behavior. And already, he was starting to fold inward. That afternoon, I withdrew $200 from my personal account. I didn't need the cash. I just wanted to see it in my wallet. Proof that not everything was shared, that not everything could be touched. When he got home, he brought flowers. Again. Same grocery store bouquet, same brand of wine he thought I liked. He set them on the counter and said, "Thought you could use something pretty after the week you've had." I thanked him, put the flowers in a vase, poured the wine, sat with him in the living room while he talked about an opportunity that had just come up. Some contact he'd met through one of my father's colleagues. "Total coincidence," he said, eyes gleaming. "Didn't even know the guy was connected to your family until halfway through the conversation." Of course. "And now?" I asked. He smiled. "He's interested in hearing more. Wants to do coffee next week." I nodded. "Sounds promising. Think your dad would mind if I dropped his name? Just casually?" There it was again. The script. The layering. Say it lightly enough and maybe it won't sound like exploitation. "Depends on the context," I said. He laughed. "Right. Gotta be smart about it." I watched him sip his wine. His hands were steady again. Whatever nervous energy he'd carried in the morning had faded. He thought he was back in control, but I'd seen the shift, and I wasn't going to forget it. Saturday morning, he suggested brunch. I agreed. I wanted to see how far he'd take it, how much charm he could summon while standing on a sinking deck. At the restaurant, he was all smiles, flirting with the server just enough to appear confident, not inappropriate, telling me about the couple next to us. They've been arguing the whole time, you can tell. He always noticed other people's tension, never his own. Over coffee, he leaned forward and said, "I was thinking, maybe we should start fresh with a new joint account. Something just for investments, separate from household stuff." I tilted my head. "Why?" "Cleaner that way. Less overlap. Gives us both more clarity." He said it like he was doing me a favor, like he was offering transparency. "You don't think the one we have now works?" "It works," he said quickly. "I just think we're at a point where we should be more strategic." Strategic. Every word he used lately sounded like it came from a manual. That night, I started my own strategy. I backed up all financial documents I had access to, tax returns, loan records, the joint account history. I didn't dig into his devices. I didn't need to. The information he'd already given me voluntarily was enough. Sunday, he was restless again. Asked if I wanted to go for a drive. I said no. He paced. Pretended to clean. Checked his phone every 10 minutes. Asked 3 times if I'd spoken to my parents recently. "Not since last week," I told him. "Why?" "No reason. Just wondered if they'd said anything about that restructuring you mentioned." I shrugged. "Not really. Just that things are shifting." He nodded. Lips tight. That night, he came into the bedroom later than usual. I pretended to be asleep. He stood in the doorway for a while. Then he sat on the edge of the bed, like he was about to say something. But he didn't. Instead, he got up and walked out. I waited a full minute before opening my eyes. The sound of a man unraveling wasn't always loud. Sometimes it was just the silence after a lie stopped working. By Monday, the panic had set in. Not dramatic panic, nothing shouted or thrown. Just the kind that hums under the surface, distorting everything. He started sending me texts during the day, more than usual. Not sweet or flirty, but overly attentive. What are you up to? Thinking about you? Let me know if you need anything. I replied when I felt like it. Short answers. No emojis. I wasn't being cold. I just didn't feel the need to play along anymore. By the third message, he sent a voice note. You've been quiet today. Everything good? His voice was careful, soft, the kind of tone people use when they're afraid something's slipping through their fingers. That night, he showed up at my office. No warning, just appeared in the lobby holding coffee and a bag of pastries from a cafe I used to like. Figured you could use a break, he said, trying to sound casual, but his eyes were scanning me, searching for clues. Everything okay? I asked. Yeah, just missed you. I forced a smile. Thanks for the coffee. He lingered longer than he should have, then kissed me goodbye. Not on the cheek or forehead, on the lips, deliberately, like he needed the staff to see it, like he needed witnesses. At home that evening, he cooked. Again. 3 nights in a row. He even bought candles I hadn't used in months. Tried to recreate a dinner we had years ago on a random rainy night. Remember this? He asked, pointing at the pasta. I nodded. You added too much garlic that time. He smiled, but I saw the strain in it. After dinner, he brought up the idea of taking a few days off together. Just us. Disconnect from everything. Go somewhere quiet. He kept saying quiet like it was a promise. Or a solution. I said maybe. Then went upstairs. Alone. I watched his reflection in the hallway mirror as he stood by the sink, drying dishes with more force than necessary. By Wednesday, the flowers returned. This time, delivered to my office. Bigger. Flashier. A handwritten note that read, "Just because you deserve the world." It didn't feel romantic. It felt like pressure. My coworker smiled when she saw them. He's really putting in effort, huh? I just nodded. The next morning, he asked if I wanted to look at properties. Not to move now, he clarified. Just to see what's out there. Dream a little. I asked why. He hesitated. Then said, "It's good to have vision." But I saw it for what it was. He was trying to secure something. Redirect the conversation to a future that depended on him. Thursday night, I tested something new. I mentioned, casually, while scrolling through my phone, that my family might be scaling back on a few investments. That my dad was becoming more private, less inclined to discuss numbers. He didn't react right away. But later, I caught him standing in the hallway with his phone, whispering again. I didn't catch the words, but his tone was tight, urgent. Friday morning, he brought me breakfast in bed. He hadn't done that since our first year. He sat beside me, watched me eat like I might disappear. I've been thinking, he said slowly. We should talk more. Really talk. I feel like we've been drifting a little. I set the tray aside. What do you want to talk about? Just everything. Us, our future, how we're doing. How do you think we're doing? He swallowed. I don't know. Sometimes you seem far away. Do I? He reached for my hand. I don't want to lose what we've built. I let him hold it. Let him say the things he thought would fix it. But I didn't return them. I just listened, because it wasn't about fixing anymore. It was about watching him realize he was losing. That night, he cried. It wasn't loud or messy, just a few silent tears while he sat on the couch, pretending to scroll through something on his phone. I didn't ask why. I didn't offer comfort. He didn't try to explain. He just wiped his face and kept pretending. And for once, I think he knew I saw it. By Saturday morning, something had shifted inside me. The notebook I'd been keeping, quietly, methodically, was nearly full. Dates, behaviors, small inconsistencies. Every entry was a step back toward clarity. And now, looking at the pattern spread across weeks of careful observation, I knew I couldn't keep pretending much longer. He made breakfast again. Too much food, too many questions. Do you want to go for a walk later? Should we book that trip next weekend? Have you talked to your mom recently? No, I said to the last one. Why? Just wondering, he replied. You've been quiet with them lately. I hadn't been quiet with them. I'd been thinking about what I would say when I was ready. That afternoon, I made a decision. I called my parents and asked if I could come over. Just to talk, I said, about something important. When I arrived, they were waiting in the kitchen, concern written across their faces. I sat down and took a breath. I need to tell you something about him, I said. About our marriage. I explained what I'd overheard in the phone call. The words he'd used, the tone, the casual way he'd discussed our relationship as a financial arrangement. I kept my voice steady, factual. No tears, no anger, just the truth. My mother's hand went to her mouth. My father sat back in his chair, silent for a long moment. How long have you known? He asked finally. 2 weeks. And you're certain about what you heard? Completely. He nodded slowly. What do you want to do? I appreciated that he didn't try to fix it or minimize it. He just asked what I needed. I'm not sure yet, I said, but I wanted you to know before I decide anything. My mother reached across the table and squeezed my hand. We're here for whatever you need. Driving home, I felt lighter, not because the problem was solved, but because I wasn't carrying it alone anymore. That evening, I suggested dinner out. I needed to test something, to see if he could still perform when I wasn't actively giving him the responses he was used to. He brightened immediately. Really? Where do you want to go? Somewhere nice, I said. Your choice. He chose the steakhouse. Of course. At dinner, he was animated, almost giddy, talking about plans for the summer, ideas for redecorating the guest room, a business concept he'd been refining. He ordered wine without asking what I wanted. Halfway through the meal, I decided to ask a simple question. What would you do if my family's financial situation changed? I asked casually, cutting into my salmon. He paused mid-chew. What do you mean? If the trust were restructured, or if my dad decided to step back from certain investments? What would that mean for your plans? He set down his fork. Why are you asking? Just curious. He studied my face for a moment, then forced a smile. It wouldn't change anything. I mean, yeah, some opportunities might look different, but that's not why I'm here. No? Of course not. He reached across the table for my hand. I'm here because I love you. I let him take my hand but didn't squeeze back. That's good to know, I said. But his eyes had changed. The easy confidence from earlier in the evening was gone, replaced by something more careful, more calculated. When we got home, he was quiet. He said he had some emails to catch up on and disappeared into his office. I could hear him on the phone later, voice low, door closed. I didn't try to listen. I didn't need to. I'd already seen enough. That night, I lay in bed while he worked late. I stared at the ceiling and thought about the conversation at dinner. How quickly his expression had shifted when I mentioned my family's money. How his first concern had been about opportunities, rather than about my family's well-being. I thought about the phone call that had started all of this. The casual cruelty in his voice when he'd called our marriage awful. The laugh when he'd called me clueless. And I realized I'd been asking myself the wrong question. It wasn't whether I could forgive him. It was whether I wanted to spend another day pretending I didn't know who he really was. The answer was simple. I didn't. By Sunday afternoon, the decision had taken root. There was no big emotional climax. No moment of rage or screaming into a mirror. Just a steady, cold clarity. I was done pretending. He suggested dinner again, this time at home. Said he wanted to cook for me. Something special. Just us, he said. No distractions. I said yes. He spent the afternoon marinating chicken, chopping herbs like he was auditioning for some glossy version of himself. He lit candles, set the table with folded napkins and the wine glasses we only used when my parents visited. You look beautiful, he said when I came downstairs. I said thank you. He served the food with a flourish, made a toast to new beginnings. I raised my glass but didn't drink. We talked. About nothing. Weather, a neighbor's new car, a friend from college he ran into last week. I let him guide the conversation, let him spin the illusion a little longer. Then, while he was clearing the plates, I said, I want to talk about the call. He froze with his back to me, his hands still, gripping the edge of the sink. What call? I waited until he turned around, his face carefully blank. The one you forgot to hang up. His mouth opened, then closed. He began. I heard everything, I said calmly. Every word. He looked at the floor, then at me. It wasn't what you think. You said our marriage was awful. I was venting. Having a bad day. You said you're only with me because of my family's money. I was being stupid. I didn't mean it. You know how guys talk when they're frustrated. You called me clueless. His jaw clenched. It was a joke. A bad one. I was angry about something else. You said I'd never see it coming. The silence stretched between us. He sat down across from me, leaning forward. Look, I've made mistakes. I've gotten comfortable with your family's generosity. Maybe I've taken advantage of that. But that doesn't mean I don't love you. Doesn't it? No, he said firmly. I married you because I love you. Everything else is just circumstantial. I studied his face, the earnest expression he was trying so hard to maintain. When we first met, I said slowly, how long did it take you to ask about my family? He blinked. What do you mean? First date? Second date. When did you bring up what my father did for work? I don't remember exactly. Second date, I said. Over coffee. You asked what my parents did, and when I told you about the business, you got very interested. Started asking follow-up questions. That's normal. People ask about families. You researched my father before our third date. I remember because you mentioned an article about him that had just been published. One you couldn't have found unless you were looking. His face flushed slightly. I was interested in your life. That's what people do when they're dating. Is it? He stood up, agitated now. You're twisting everything, making it sound calculated when it wasn't. Then explain the pattern. What pattern? The way you always suggest expensive places when my parents are paying. The way you get quiet when I mention budgeting our own money. The way every business idea you have involves my father's connections. Those are just practical considerations. For who? He ran his hands through his hair. You're being unfair. You're taking normal relationship dynamics and making them sound sinister. Normal? Yes, normal. Couples leverage each other's strengths. They build on what each person brings to the table. And what do I bring? He hesitated. Just for a moment. You bring yourself, your intelligence, your kindness, my family's money. That's not what I was going to say. But it's what you were thinking. He sank back into his chair, looking suddenly exhausted. I don't know how to convince you. You can't, I said quietly. Because I heard what you really think, in your own words. When you thought no one was listening, he was quiet for a long time. Then, what happens now? I think you should stay somewhere else for a while. For how long? I don't know yet. He nodded slowly, like he'd been expecting this. And us? There is no us. Not anymore. He looked at me across the flickering candles, the carefully prepared dinner now cold between us. I never meant for you to get hurt, he said. I know, I replied. You never meant for me to find out. When I went upstairs, I could hear him moving around the kitchen, cleaning up, putting away the fantasy dinner that was supposed to fix things. I sat on the bed in the dark, listening to the quiet sounds of a man finally understanding that some lies are too big to survive discovery. He hadn't apologized for deceiving me, only for getting caught. He left the next morning. No suitcase, just a backpack and his laptop. Said he'd figure something out. Said it wasn't permanent. I just want to give you space, he added, standing in the doorway like he was still waiting for permission to come back. I didn't say anything. After the door closed, I locked it behind him. Not dramatically, just a quiet turn of the bolt. Then I stood in the hallway for a long time, listening to the silence. He texted twice that afternoon. I'm sorry. I still love you. I didn't reply. By evening, the messages escalated. Can we talk? I can explain better in person. You're shutting me out, and that's not fair. It wasn't anger yet, just desperation dressed as sincerity. The next day, a flower delivery arrived. White roses, a note tucked inside, still hoping for us. They went straight into the trash. He started calling after that. I didn't block him, yet. I wanted to hear what he'd say when I didn't answer. Voicemails piled up, calm at first, then emotional. One ended with, I can't sleep. I keep thinking about what we had. Another, I made mistakes, but we can fix them. I'm willing to do whatever it takes. On Thursday, he left a letter in the mailbox. 4 pages, handwritten, his version of a confession. He said he was lost when we met, that he admired my strength, my ambition, that it intimidated him, that it also drew him in. He wrote about his failures, career setbacks, insecurities he never shared, how he felt less than around my family. He didn't mention money until the last paragraph. Maybe I leaned on your family too much. Maybe I thought it would be easier with their help, but I never loved you less because of it. That was the closest he got to admitting anything. No acknowledgement of the lies, of the plan, of the conversation he never expected me to hear. Just soft phrasing and emotional framing. As if the real betrayal was me not understanding him. He ended the letter with, let me prove myself to you. Let me show you who I really am. I folded the pages neatly and placed them in the back of the drawer with everything else. Because I already knew who he really was. And no performance now could change it. On Friday, he called my mother. I don't know what he said, but she texted me afterward. He reached out. Just wanted you to know. I didn't engage. Then, later that night, he called again. I let it ring. Then he sent a voice note. I keep thinking about Nashville, he said. That weekend we got caught in the storm and ended up staying in that little motel. You were so cold, and I gave you my jacket. You fell asleep on my shoulder. That wasn't fake. None of that was fake. His voice broke. He sniffled. Let a silence stretch before whispering, please don't let this be the end. But it was. Because those memories he kept referencing, those flashes of tenderness, weren't lies. That was the most painful part. They were real moments offered by a man who never intended to stay unless it paid off. By Sunday, the tone changed. He texted, I think you're making a mistake. Then, we had something real, even if parts of it were messy. Then finally, you're going to regret this when the anger wears off. There it was. The pivot, from remorse to blame. I didn't respond. I just forwarded the messages to my lawyer. We were already in the process. Slow, quiet, legal, not public yet. But the groundwork was there. My parents had been measured and calm throughout. My father sent one message after reviewing the paperwork. Proud of how you're handling this. Let us know if you need anything else. I didn't need anything. Not from them. Not from him. What I needed now was silence. Space. Time to remember how it felt to breathe without being observed. He tried one last time the following Tuesday. Showed up at my office. The receptionist buzzed my desk. There's someone here asking to speak with you. I looked up from my monitor. Tell him I'm in a meeting. I didn't need to see his face. He'd already shown me everything. The papers were served on a Wednesday. There was no announcement, no dramatic handoff. Just a courier with a neutral expression, handing over an envelope with my name and his. I knew he'd be at the apartment he was staying in, one he'd borrowed from a friend while giving me space. I waited. That night, he didn't text, didn't call. The silence felt different this time. Less calculated, more like retreat. Thursday morning, my lawyer called. He's lawyered up, she said. Standard firm. Nothing aggressive so far. What did he say? He's not contesting the separation, but he's requesting mediation. Says he wants to protect what's fair. I didn't ask what he meant by fair. I already knew. That afternoon, I sat in a conference room while my attorney went over a list of items he was requesting clarity on. Joint account balances, shared property, business-related contributions, no mention of love, of reconciliation, of fixing anything. Just numbers. He's trying to walk away with what he thinks he's entitled to. My lawyer said, You ready for this? Yes, I said, but I want everything documented. And so we documented. The joint account showed irregular withdrawals going back almost 6 months. Transfers to a second personal account we hadn't previously known about. Small amounts at first, then larger ones. Patterns of movement, attempts to hide. One of the transfers had been labeled consulting support, but the company it referenced didn't exist. Another had gone directly to a private account linked to a woman's name I didn't recognize, but my lawyer did some digging. College girlfriend, still in the same state, recently unemployed, and he'd sent her money. Not once, not twice, 7 times. Amounts ranging from $300 to a little over 1,000, always spaced weeks apart. That's not charity, my lawyer said. That's maintenance. We included it all. The fake business names, the mismatched expense reports, the sudden surge of interest in financial literacy startups that seemed to exist only on paper. My lawyer raised a brow. He's either very sloppy or very confident you wouldn't notice. Both, I said. When he finally responded through his legal team, the tone had shifted again. He wasn't denying the transactions, just contextualizing them. He claimed he'd supported me emotionally, that our lifestyle had been mutually agreed upon, that any financial benefits he received were incidental, not manipulative. But the documents told another story. And for the first time since this began, I felt angry. Not heartbreak, not sadness. Just the raw heat of having been quietly used. He hadn't even tried to keep the story straight. He just assumed I wouldn't look. We scheduled the formal mediation 2 weeks later. He walked in wearing a blazer, smiling like we were there to negotiate a misunderstanding. I didn't smile back. The mediator outlined the terms. My lawyer laid out our findings. His lawyer looked increasingly uncomfortable. I didn't say much. I didn't need to. The paper trail was louder than anything I could have said. At one point, he looked over at me and said, I never meant for it to get this far. And I just said, You meant it to go far enough. He didn't speak again for the rest of the meeting. We didn't finish that day. Too much to sort through. But by the second session, the terms were clear. He'd walk away without contesting the dissolution. No claim on family assets. No share of anything tied to the trust. He asked to keep a watch I'd given him on our first anniversary. I said no. He didn't fight it. By the end of the month, the filings were complete. Nothing public yet, but official enough. My name restored to its original form. Access to all financial systems reset. All joint accounts closed. Phone plans separated. Keys collected. It took 3 months total. No drawn-out court battle, no public scandal. Just the slow, deliberate dismantling of a lie. The woman he'd been sending money to? She showed up in the financial records but never contacted me. I didn't need to speak with her. I already knew what kind of story he'd told her too. Something about being misunderstood, pressured, trapped in a marriage that didn't reflect who he really was. Maybe it was true. Maybe it was just another version of the script. Either way, I didn't care. By the time the divorce was finalized, I'd moved into a smaller place. Something mine. Nothing fancy. Just quiet. I changed my number. He sent one final email. No subject line. Just a short message. I never stopped loving you. I read it once. Then deleted it. Not out of anger, out of relief. Some people say closure comes with forgiveness. I disagree. For me, closure came in silence. In the stillness of a house where I didn't have to watch my words or measure his moods. In waking up without dread. In knowing I didn't have to explain myself to someone who had never really been listening. I didn't tell many people what had happened. Just my family, my sister, a few close friends. Most others filled in their own blanks. That was fine. Let them. I started working longer hours not because I needed to, but because I wanted to. I rediscovered what it felt like to be proud of myself, not as part of a couple, not as someone's wife, but just me. There were bad days. Days when I questioned everything. Wondered how I could have missed it. Wondered if that version of love was all I'd ever been trained to recognize. But those days came less often. And when they did, I didn't fight them. I let them move through me like weather. And then I kept going. I donated the dress I wore to that steakhouse dinner. The one where I first realized I couldn't pretend anymore. I threw out the wine glasses we only used for show. I replaced the silverware set we'd picked together. Small things, petty maybe, but they made space. I went to therapy. I told the truth out loud. Heard myself say the words, "He used me." And my therapist didn't flinch. Didn't rush to soften it. She just asked, "And what did that teach you about yourself?" I didn't answer right away. But I kept going back. My parents were exactly what I needed. Calm, grounded, not vengeful. My father never once said, "I told you so." He just helped me get the documents in order. Gave me a quiet nod when everything was finalized. My mother cried once, quietly, over coffee. "You deserved better," she said. "I know," I replied. And I did. As for him, he disappeared the way people like him do. Quietly. With dignity rehearsed for an audience that no longer existed. Last I heard, he moved to another city. Tried starting a new consultancy. Rebranded himself online. Same smile, different captions. One of my old college friends messaged me. "Isn't this your ex?" she asked, sending me a link to his new website. I didn't open it. I just replied, "Not anymore. I don't know who he's dating now. I don't want to know. But I can imagine the script. The charm. The part where he presents himself as someone who almost had it all, if not for some cruel misunderstanding. I don't need to warn anyone. Life has a way of catching up with people like him. And anyway, he's not my responsibility anymore. I've built a life that no longer circles around someone else's ambition. I wake up, make my own coffee, take walks just because I want to. I don't check anyone's schedule before making plans. I don't filter myself to keep someone comfortable. One night, a few months after the divorce was finalized, I found the notebook I used to keep. The one where I'd written down his behaviors, the patterns, the lies. I read a few pages, then I threw it in the trash. Not because I wanted to forget, but because I didn't need it anymore. The proof had served its purpose. The real transformation wasn't about exposing him. It was about reclaiming myself. I was no longer the woman being managed like an investment. I was no longer the wife someone chose for access. I was someone who saw the truth, held her ground, and walked away. That was the story worth remembering. Epilogue, where everyone ended up. Him. He moved to another city, rebranded himself as a resilient entrepreneur with a personal growth narrative. His social media is full of polished captions about setbacks and reinvention. He never admitted what he did. Still curates his life for an invisible audience, still chasing validation in borrowed language. The woman from college, she never reached out. She likely went on with her life. Whether he's still part of it or not, I'll never know. The money she received was part of his long-term plan. But like most of his plans, it didn't survive exposure. My parents, still present, still steady. Careful with their words, not because they doubt me, but because they trust I can carry my own weight now. Quietly proud, fiercely protective, but from a respectful distance. Me, free. Not flawless, not entirely healed, but whole. For the first time in years, I'm not waiting for someone else's next move. I'm not anticipating the turn in someone else's mood. I'm not performing, I'm just living, and that's more than enough.